your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back to the Allen Stiles Show. Just getting started here. No Allen Stiles today. Happy birthday to him. Probably out there on some golf course. Who knows what Allen's got going on today. But my name's Brenden Nunes. I'll be filling in today. We got a busy show. One day after the Sacramento Kings had a disappointing loss to the Chicago Bulls on the second night of a back-to-back that was succeeding a really impressive win over what was, if not the best record in the league, right there with OKC. They talking about the Kings beating the Cleveland Cavaliers on Wednesday, and then again fell to the Chicago Bulls on Thursday. We will dive into sort of the Jekyll and Hyde nature of this Kings team, playing up and down to their level of opponent, I guess that you could say, a typical issue that we see with a lot of teams around the NBA. But Kevin Huerter made his return to Golden One Center, had a little revenge game, and was not shy about admitting that it was a revenge game here as well. Zach Lavine, not so much of a revenge game on his end. And for what it's worth, I think it's a little bit different. Obviously, we're talking about the Chicago Bulls game where Kevin Huerter now was traded midseason, technically part of the De'Aaron Fox deal. As you see, also Trey Jones, Zach Collins on that Chicago team. By the way, I got Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass here. Kyle, did you just put a jersey on?
No.
Okay.
I had this on the whole time. I just took my sweatshirt off because it is super warm in the studio.
I see. I thought you just got ready. I thought you were just like, I just got to put this on right now.
I just ripped off my warm-up sweats, and now
Exactly.
I've got the jersey on underneath. Yes, I'm wearing, well, I guess I can put myself on camera. I'm wearing my Sabrina Ionescu New York Liberty jersey for no real reason. Just felt like adding that to the rotation. But no, I just took my sweatshirt off.
It's a gorgeous jersey, though. Color-wise, great player and everything. So don't blame you. But like I said, we're going to dive into the Chicago Bulls matchup. And more than that, we got Sean Cunningham coming on the show a little bit later. Chris Watkins is going to join the show for an hour as well. And Sam Amick joined the morning show as he usually does on Thursdays. But they had him on this morning, Friday today instead. So we'll run that back a little bit later in the show. He kind of talked about the potential of NBA expansion, and that's something that we've heard floated around for a little while here. Seattle and Vegas being the two teams that I think are a poorly kept secret as the next likely expansion teams. And a little bit later in the show, after we play that Amick audio, or maybe we'll lead into it with that, but definitely going to get to, if the league were to do an expansion, just hypothetically this offseason. To be clear, I don't think that's when this would happen. There's certain boxes that need to be checked before we reach that, and I don't think that we're already at that point. But just for a exercise, who would you protect on the Sacramento Kings? Say you got, I think we're going to go with 8 players, still figuring out the exact logistics of how it typically works, but who would you keep on the Sacramento Kings in an expansion draft? And also part of yesterday's storyline was DeMar DeRozan reaching 25,000 career points. He's one of only a handful of active players to currently be on that list. And spoiler, they're kind of all Hall of Famers, meaning that DeMar, probably a Hall of Famer. I think it would be pretty hard to not eventually put him on that list, but we'll look at his argument for making the Hall as the show goes on. And another aspect is Domantas Sabonis, who is currently out dealing with an injury. And that's right after just coming back from an injury. He's only at 58 games played. It's technically 56 because there are 2 instances where he was not on the floor long enough for them to technically be considered a game. And it matters for when you're talking about the 65 game minimum in order to be considered for just the top end awards at the end of the season, whether that's all NBA, or I'm not sure if the rebounding leader technically falls into meeting those minimum requirements as well, where Domantas Sabonis obviously has led the league in that aspect the last 2 years, and this year's a career high. He's also leading the league once again in rebounds throughout the course of this season. So do we think he can get those? I believe it's 9 more games to be eligible for third team all NBA, or shoot, maybe you think you have him higher, but I would guess probably third team when it comes to this. Kyle, before I think we're going to spend a decent amount of time in the first part of this show on the Chicago game, but I think we need to contextualize it with their win over the Cleveland Cavaliers on the day prior. I know you and Allen obviously went into that a lot on the show, but for them to get that 123-119 win, the Kings, that is, hand Cleveland their 13th loss of the season. They were 56-12 and become 56-13. This is why, Evan Mobley has 31-10, and I thought he had a really good game. The Cavs shot almost 55% from the field. And Kyle, do you think I'm crazy for feeling like the Kings actually played decent defense in that game? I've struggled to describe it. Like, maybe decent defense is the wrong way to say it, but like, I felt like when they had stretches of good defense, it was just enough, I guess is what I'm saying. And that's what this team needs to do, especially against like a high caliber opponent like that.
Is it that our standards for defense for the Kings have been morphed a little bit?
Oh, they for sure are.
Because
it's all relative.
Yes, I do think they played good defense while at the same time I would say during the third quarter and second quarter, they played better defense. In the first quarter, I think Cleveland just missed some shots.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about Donovan Mitchell until that last heave at the end of the game that he hit was 0 for 5 at the 3-point line. And that's something that is, again, hard to attribute to, are you playing good defense or are you just missing shots? We don't seem to have the same problems with like the Kings aren't closing out shots like it was against Phoenix or against Golden State, where guys just have all the time in the world to shoot. So I feel like give credit where credit is due. But yeah, I agree with you. I think there was good defense played, despite the fact that the reason they won was the ability to score 108 points in essentially 3 quarters to pull away at the end.
Absolutely. The first quarter of that game is 22-15 in Cleveland's favor. And then it's just like an offensive explosion from there. No team scores less than 30 in a quarter from there on. The Kings, quarter by quarter. First, 15 points. Second quarter, 32. Third quarter, they put up 43 points.
We had the stat yesterday. That's the second most Cleveland's allowed in any quarter of any game all season.
Yeah, and this is where you see, I mentioned the Kings defense there. And I think for me, it's more of like the hustle plays, I would say, the diving after loose balls, I thought Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis, Devin Carter, Jake LaRavia, all 4 of those guys like provide really good physicality for the Kings out there. And I thought that Cleveland game specifically, that did jump off to me, but Cavs are a solid defensive team as well. Obviously, Evan Mobley is right there for Defensive Player of the Year consideration, especially after Wemby goes down. I think Jaren Jackson Jr. is the other one that's thrown in there a lot. And another one that I'm forgetting off the top of my head, Dyson Daniels, I think gets mentioned at times, even though he's probably more of a all defensive guy.
I think Rudy's also up there just because of Rudy.
Yeah, Rudy. Every single year you're going to see him there.
I think some people want to make a Draymond argument too. Although,
yeah, I see it though. I do. Kings fans might not love him, but I do like Draymond for what it's worth, and especially his defense. Got to give him his props on that side of the floor. But in this Cleveland win, I think one of the trends that definitely matters carrying over into the Chicago game is how much the Kings made their money from 3. 16 of 35 from 3 in that Cleveland game. And as much as I, just went through about how I think that their defense was solid in that game, and one of my takeaways, it helps when you shoot 45% from 3 on 35 attempts. And Cleveland, meanwhile, was 13 of 34. But Kings making a lot of their money, 16 to 35 from 3, and then you have 48 points in the paint. And that was even lower in the first half. Cleveland, meanwhile, 60 points in the paint. And we're going to dive more into that Chicago game on the other side, but I think that was a trend that you saw carry over into the Chicago game. And you've seen a lot with this team. Doug Christie, has talked about wanting to shoot 53s. He came on these airwaves and said, maybe he's pushing that number because he's really hoping they get to like 40, 45. And if you say higher, then you're more likely to get closer to those slightly lower numbers. But we're not even seeing quite like the 40, 45 attempts. But when they shoot well from 3, which this is a blanket statement that I think you could really say about any team in the NBA, to be fair, maybe not any, the bottom 3, 4 are going to be tough. But when you shoot well from 3, you get pretty good odds in these games.
And when you shoot if you take out the first quarter, 61% from the field for the final 3 quarters of the game.
Yeah, ridiculous in that one. And I think there's somebody that's been a little bit of a, I guess, unsung hero. I don't know. Hero's not the right way to say it because it's this one win against the Cavs. And then I thought he was solid yesterday against Chicago is Trey Lyles, who's been playing a lot. You know, when Domantas Sabonis went down, I think everybody, myself included, instantly pointed at Jonas Valanciunas. And it's like, all right, that's the guy that's going to step up, you know, starting caliber center. That's the backup. This is part of the reason you brought him in. And actually, we've seen Trey Lyles, I think, play just as much, if not more, than Jonas Valanciunas in these last 2 games. And I don't know about you, Kyle, but I kind of had gotten used to not seeing the small ball lineup, at least that much. It even seemed like there were stretches where they were trying to go to that prior to these games. And it's like, maybe we're going to try to go to Isaac or something, you know, and get a little bit creative here. Or if they did have Trey out there, it's like, all right, we need Keegan and we need Jake out there as well to add to the size. But what have you kind of thought of, you know, Trey's recent production and almost coming back around a little bit, typical next man up mentality after being out of the rotation a little bit?
Yeah, going from the pressure of before the trade deadline, he was the 7th man or second guy off the bench, to now sometimes in that backup 4, backup 5 role. I think you're starting to see Trey come alive, especially on the offensive end of the floor a bit more. I mean, he had a great 6 minutes yesterday. I'll say that. When he hit 4 3-pointers in the first quarter and he was killing it. We'll talk more about the game on the other side, but I do think that Trey as that backup 5 role is probably more comfortable for him, especially because, I mean, even at times yesterday, they ran Keegan at the 5 for like small stretches yesterday as well. So the fact that they have that versatility of options against a team that, you know, Vucevic is a good center, especially offensively, but you're not as worried about him on the defensive end and you want to pull him out a little bit. So I thought yesterday Trey Lyles played very well coming off the bench when there were not a lot of Kings that delivered yesterday. So I give him props each of the last 3 games. He's been fantastic.
Absolutely. I think that they've been pretty satisfied with their bench production. If anything, it's probably more the starters that you're looking at and saying, hey, we need a little bit more. Shout out to everybody here in the SAC chat. Listen in. Feel free to, always happy to take texts, YouTube comments. Definitely will take calls throughout the course of the show today as well. 916-339-1140. Definitely chime in and let us know what you think. See Rockin' New Era in here saying what's up to me. And as he calls it, Chula Vista Kyle.
Yes, he does, which is a reference to where I grew up, but also not where I grew up, because I did not grow up in Chula Vista, but it's in San Diego.
Gotcha.
For those who know, it's kind of a wild nickname.
Fair enough. Are we all in on SDSU for the tourney?
I mean, they're already San Diego State got bounced. UC San Diego
honestly,
got
I didn't even
bounced.
notice this.
Yeah, they both have been bounced already at this point. I was all in on UC San Diego.
Heartbroken over there or what?
So this is the thing with me and SDSU. I didn't go to the school, but I grew up like 5 minutes away. My grandma and grandpa.
Is this while
both
Kawhi was there?
Yes.
Okay.
I was a 10-year-old boy I was at the Kawhi versus Jimmer nationally televised game that they lost, but still. They made the championship 2 years ago, and so at that point, I live here now. I didn't go to the school. I'm kind of like, it's never going to get better than that. So at this point, I'm like, anything that happens after is gravy. They hit a buzzer beater in the Final Four to go to the championship. That's as cool as it's ever going to get for San Diego State basketball.
That is definitely a moment. And then you had, was it last year where they made their run?
San Diego State?
Yeah.
That was 2 years ago.
That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago now. The first UConn championship.
That's right.
They got just smoked in the championship game.
That's right. But hey, made it there, you know? Which is an accomplishment. I had my roommate in college was also from San Diego, and he had a Kawhi Leonard SDSU jersey, and I just remember thinking that is one of the coolest jerseys. Colorway. College jerseys also just hit a little different. Like I remember going to a thrift store around here recently, and I found a Fresno State Paul George jersey.
Ooh.
And there's just something about the college jerseys that hit even more.
Especially like 2009 to 2015 era college jerseys.
Like horrible Adidas jerseys, you know?
The other cool one that I have, because I have a Kawhi one there, but I didn't get to go, but my brother went to his jersey retirement at San Diego State. And so he got me a t-shirt that says Kawhi Leonard jersey retirement on it. So that's one of the cool things that I get to share. It's why Kawhi's still my favorite player, because in San Diego, there's no pro team, and San Diego State was awesome for like 3 years when Kawhi was there.
Absolutely. I say we just finish out this segment by just talking about random jerseys since we're already here. Do you have, you're definitely a jersey guy. Obviously, you got one on right now.
I am not a big jersey guy, but I have a few.
Enough. Okay.
Yeah, I've got a few that are important.
Do you have favorites, like random, they make like jerseys that aren't even like really worn on the floor. They're worn randomly 1 or 2 times. Like, some listeners will know I kind of grew up a Celtics fan, but they used to have this like gradient. They did a gradient for every team one year where it kind of goes from, it's mainly black that goes into gray and like outlined with their team colors. And I had a Rondo jersey that I got when I was pretty young. That was definitely one of my favorites.
That's a pretty good one. This is one that they don't have anymore, but I was a big fan of. It was when they first started doing the City Edition jerseys for the NBA, the Utah Jazz orange and yellow ones.
Yes.
A Donovan Mitchell 45 jersey. That one was if I could have one off-brand weird jersey, that was the one that I wanted. I didn't jump on it at the time. It was the year the Jazz were the 1 seed and they got bounced by Terrence Mann. Those jerseys were so cool. The whole Valley, whatever. Like the orange to yellow colorways were fantastic.
Yeah, it had like 4 or 5 different colors that it went through there. They even had like an alternate logo with that was really cool.
They had a
shape
custom
of the state.
They had a custom court too. I think.
That's right. Definitely one of the cooler ones. Memphis came into town. What is this? Monday?
Yeah,
something like that. And they had their throwback Vancouver jerseys. I thought those were awesome. Those are super cool.
That
jerseys.
was a great idea. I joke about this. They change the jerseys every year, and there's usually like 4 good ones and 26 just bad ones. And the other one that just hit, and I wish they had stuck with it, was that Timberwolves Lake one where they had like white leading into light blue. Last year's jerseys, they wore them for a couple playoff games, but those ones were excellent as well. There's like a handful of really good in the midst of like 100 bad jersey designs.
100%. Of the recent Kings history, do you have a favorite? I think I kind of like the Kansas City dark blue, navy blue throwbacks that they did last year prior.
Yeah.
The two?
Those ones,
it's the year prior.
Those ones were pretty good. I know this one is kind of mixed bag. I really like the blue with the black lettering, like the Tyrese Halliburton one that used to be in the studio.
It has the checkerboard on the side.
Yeah.
I thought that one was awesome.
I thought that was a great idea. I know everyone loves the Beam Team, like gray colorways too. Those ones were fantastic also.
The gray were cool.
Yeah.
They did a really good rollout with that. Like they put together good pictures outside of Golden One and everything.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. So yeah, that was a great one also. Oh gosh, I would say the 2003 this year that they wore partially, I think they lost their luster a little bit when they started losing on that court. But
the I guess again the gradient, right, with the checkerboard on the side. This, like, we have Malik over here.
I think they wore those last night, right?
Yes, actually, it was the first time in a while.
Yeah. Those ones, I like the idea. I'm glad they've stuck around, but like I would rather have kept like the gray City editions from the Beam Team season versus those ones.
I would agree. And I think that the current purple to black gradient, like left to right ones, for anyone unsure of what we're talking about, and like the checkerboard on the side, almost Kentucky-ish, I think they're cool. I think that they're jerseys that almost look better like when you're not on the court. You know what I mean? Like if you're wearing it casually as a fan with like jeans and a shirt underneath, I think that jersey looks really cool. On the court, it's not bad, but it's fine, I'd love to hear from everybody, your favorite jerseys, and specifically Kings jerseys. Recent history, we can go back even further if you would like, but we're going to get to a break here as we continue. Definitely will read out your guys' thoughts on this jersey conversation on the other side, as we also get into Kevin Huerter's revenge game. He's wearing a new jersey in Golden One Center last night and had one heck of a game. We'll dive into that more here. Brenden Nunes on the other side here, filling in for Allen Stiles on the Allen Stiles Show.
Saturday night, Kings and Bucks. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's finally Friday. Getting out the door to a cool start. Expect temperatures in the lower 40s as we head through the afternoon. Expect partly cloudy skies, light winds, and temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Ready for an early bird special? A new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as $11,789. This is a limited offer and ends April 15th. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Huge savings now on new 2025 Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter.
Save $11,000 off MSRP after rebates. Every new Silverado LT Turbo Max with Maida Chevy's exclusive all in-stock pricing.
And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area.
$11,000 off new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing. Leasing some of the offers.
Made a great deal. At Elk Grove Honda, not only do we have a great selection of pre-owned cars at very fair prices, but every one of our pre-owned automobiles are treated with kid gloves with a 182-point inspection that covers everything from unibody to tires to brakes and engine filters. Then our cars receive a mobile oil change and fresh fill-up with full synthetic mobile oil. We know you have lots of choices of where to purchase your next car. Come to Elk Grove Honda, home with a 182-point inspection and mobile oil change. We're in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking?
Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, what's up, Sacramento? It's Kyle Draper. Turn up the cleanliness at your restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business with Alsco Uniforms, the official sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. We've got you covered with crisp uniforms, hygienically clean linens, floor mats, and of course, mops delivered weekly. But that's not all. Alsco Uniforms also offers weekly services for first aid and restroom supplies. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Just go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Play and win to take your loyalty to new heights at Sky River Casino. Join Sky River Rewards today for a chance to receive up to $2,500 in free play. Plus, you'll be in the know about upcoming special events and offers. Just minutes from Sacramento, right off Highway 99 in Elk Grove. Join in the fun with rewards that add up and up. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Visit us to see how. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
White almost lost it, saves it, gives it up to Jones. 6 on the possession. Driving a kick. Huerter again, right-hand corner, score. Turn out the lights. It's not officially over, but Kevin Huerter, the revenge game, he's been huge tonight in his return to Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
That was G-Man on the call, legendary Gary Gerald. Brenden Nunes here, filling in for Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports, 10-2. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass over here. We were talking about new jerseys or old jerseys, just jerseys in general before the break. And Kevin Huerter obviously wearing a new one. But really quick, want to continue the Kings conversation a tiny bit. We were looking during the break, Kyle, at some of the Kings jerseys throughout the years. And you pointed out this has the years listed as 2014 to 2016 jerseys. And we were talking about, I think of, I guess is IT 2014?
Yeah, that was his
Really?
last year with the team because he signed with the Suns that summer.
Yeah.
I think they signed like Darren Collison to replace him. But
That
it was
sounds
like,
about right. These 2016-17 jerseys are definitely Darren Collison, so he probably leaked into both.
Yeah. If I remember, I think because 2015 he was like on the Suns for like half a season. Remember when they had like 7 different point guards that
That's
they were
right.
trying out, and then they traded all of them.
Icy, Eric Bledsoe, Goran Dragic. I think they also had who's Devin Booker's UK buddy, Tyler Ulis.
Yes,
still on
Tyler
that team.
Ulis.
Yeah.
And then they traded IT to Boston, and they traded Dragic to Miami,
and Bledsoe to Milwaukee.
That came a little later because
That's right.
Because
he was the guy for a little while.
Yeah, Bledsoe. Remember that I don't want to be here.
He was at a barbershop, man.
Yeah. Was it 2018? It was definitely 2018 because that was the first time the Bucks were like all in. Was when they traded for Bledsoe, and now it's 8 years later, and they're still somehow all in.
Do you think we ever overlook, like, is that Bledsoe tweet low-key one of the first, like, public trade requests like that? I mean, obviously there's been things through media, and there's been trade requests plenty of times in years past, but, like, to just come out and say it yourself, you know?
Yeah, to straight up say it. I think that's the first Twitter trade request ever. I mean, there was it Hardaway? Was it Tim Hardaway? Maybe someone like straight up went to the meet. It used to be like you go to the paper and be like, I'm unhappy. I think Chris Webber even did that at one point. But
I think Mitch,
yeah, maybe Mitch. But I I was thinking someone did that in the past where they just straight up said it to the media, but in the social media age, you could just do a Boogie Cousins snake emoji, grass emoji thing and be like, I'm not requesting a trade. I can't remember what his was.
All it takes
He's at a hot
nowadays
yoga class, I think.
is one bad loss and then just tweet like an emoji. You know, even like the smiling emoji with like sweat coming down, like the nervous smile, and fans would freak out.
But then
that's all it takes.
There was an era where players started trolling by doing it too. Like it went from that was the thing to then they started trolling fans and media by posting random emojis.
I feel like I remember Blake Griffin doing that, which Blake Griffin is like borderline a comedian, by the way. He is hilarious.
He does stand up.
He does.
He was at the Bruce Willis roast? He was at one of those.
One of the roasts.
He did one of the Comedy Central roasts.
Yeah, and he was pretty good.
When people were writing jokes for him, he was good.
Fair enough. That is a very fair point. But yeah, I think I remember him tweeting some troll, like probably just the eyes emoji, you know. I think I got in on that a little bit during trade deadline just for fun, just to mess with people. Let's just tweet out the eyes emoji.
Yeah. Or shout out to, what's his name, Drew on King's Twitter, where he always says, just got news that will shake up the Kings fan landscape or something.
Exactly. And you just always keep it vague, keep people on their toes and guessing. But I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of these 2014-16 jerseys. If you go back and look, I think they're okay. They have the larger, like, I don't even know how you would describe the font on the front, but the K and the S on each end are larger and sort of like curved as it goes throughout the writing. Yeah, I think they're all right. I kind of like when they went to recently, they've gone back to like the black jerseys. And I think that those are cool, even though I get people saying, hey, we don't need to go so far away from the purple. But I thought the black jerseys were pretty cool that Kevin Huerter wore at one time and now is wearing. How would you even describe the Chicago red? I wouldn't say I'm very good at naming colors.
It's not quite his hair color red, but it's also a little disorienting to see him wear red. And I know he wore red in Atlanta, but it's like it's a shade closer to his hair color.
It is. And, you know, he's a little lighter skinned guy. And as one the same, we look better in darker colors, you know? And so maybe not the most kind colorways for Kevin, but definitely kind rims in Golden One Center last night for him. As you heard G-Man lay out some of his big shots from the revenge game. And he was not very shy in calling it that, but 25 points, 10 of 16 from the field, 5 of 9 from 3 for Kevin Huerter. I think the craziest part, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, Kyle, and a block from Kevin Huerter, plus 16 in his 37 minutes. I didn't even think about this. I would bet a decent amount that he very rarely, if at all, played 37 minutes for the Kings this year.
This year, I think probably not. His entire Kings career, probably like 5 times.
He actually did one time this year. He played 39 minutes in Atlanta, the other revenge game.
Was that an overtime game?
It was not, actually. I should go and check if people were inactive in this game. He had 9 points, 3 steals, and 3 assists. This game, let's see, did not have Domantas Sabonis. They were starting, this is this year. De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray, Trey Lyles, Alex Len.
Wow.
Jordan McLaughlin played 20 minutes in this game.
Gosh,
because there's no Malik Monk.
I can barely even remember this game.
Same. Doug McDermott played 18 minutes. Keon Ellis played this is Keon Ellis had 33 points. Actually. Sorry, not in Atlanta. This is a home game.
Okay, yes. I know exactly what game that is. I was at that game.
The Keon 33 really brings it back.
It was the Dyson Daniels stripped Fox on the game winner game.
That's right.
I was in the building for that.
And then his teammates took him off in fake handcuffs.
Yeah, which, by the way, great celebration.
Great celebration.
Just, gosh, remember how nice that was? I was joking about this with Allen the other day. Like, the last time they played Memphis and beat them at Golden One Center, it was like we were panicking, or when they lost to Memphis in Memphis, we were panicking because it's like they don't have enough bench scoring. Remember when that was our worst problem? Is like, what do we do with the bench scoring? What a nice time that was.
When we're like, does Jordan McLaughlin need more minutes? You know,
and now that we've been through the war of this Kings season, we're just like, God, take us back to Atlanta versus Sacramento.
Well, the bench got better. You know, I mean, can definitely say that this is a deeper team. No, normally you'd have Jonas Valanciunas there, but Domantas Sabonis dealing with an injury, obviously. But last night, Trey Lyles gives you 22. You can't rely on that, obviously, but Trey's going to do that every once in a while. You got 10 points from Jake LaRavia. Devin Carter only 4 points in his 20 minutes, but a couple assists, rebounds in there as well. I think that you're starting to see a little bit more bench depth, but starting lineup is a little bit more of a question. And obviously, Kevin Huerter used to be a part of that, mentioned him having his huge night, 25, 7, 5, 3 steals, a block, 5 of 9 from 3. He hit 2 back-to-back that really felt like maybe not like they fully iced the game, but they were pretty close. And they were huge shots late in that game. And then afterwards, he talked to a couple different people, some of their local media, as well as some Sacramento people, which, by the way, they did it in a little bit of a weird location. I don't know if you saw the video. It's just kind of in the halls of the underworkings of Golden One Center. But Kevin Huerter was not shy about admitting that this game had a little bit more juice, we'll say.
Revenge games. Was there the revenge narrative, the grudge narrative, or is this just a basketball game that you know you guys even?
100% revenge game. 100%. So that felt good. Came out here with a dub.
What specifically, like, what chip on your shoulder did you specifically bring with you into this game, or what did you want to accomplish in this game?
No, I won't get into details. Just an old team. Obviously, getting good movement mid-season, getting a good opportunity over here, and came back and played well in a game I wanted to play well. So it feels good.
Two big threes down the stretch there. I mean, how good did those feel to knock those down?
It felt really good. It felt really good.
What about the crowd's reaction? Game is still, appreciate being part of the being team. So
it was. That was nice to hear. You know, I've always loved the fans here. I hope they continue to love me. I've said it before. I'll say it again. A city that loves their team, and it was awesome playing here. I said it after the game on the TV with the Bulls. Like, it's a Thursday night on a back-to-back, and this place was sold out. And that's what this fan base continues to bring. So it was a fun game. It was great to hear the warm reception, and I'll still have a lot of people here, both with the team and working for the team, that I'll keep in touch with.
I will say credit to the fan base, because everybody says that. There's nobody that I've ever heard be like, the fans just don't really bring it in Sacramento. Like Kevin Huerter, who obviously has strong feelings towards the organization. And I think that there's interesting things in there as well. Still takes time to compliment the fan base, even on the Chicago broadcast. Like, I think that says something. De'Aaron, I think, complimented the fan base a lot, even in his, I guess you would say messy exit. Not, I guess you would say definitely messy exit, was very complimentary of the fan base, and I think that they do a great job. And the energy in the building, both Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday makes sense. Cleveland Cavaliers. I guess you would, I don't know. I did hear a lot that tickets were very cheap to that game. A lot of people showed up and were like, tickets were just super cheap. Like, I could not go.
I'm one of those people.
Yeah, and everybody thought they were going to get their butt kicked.
I mean, there was no Sabonis, no Lavine.
Right.
I got in the door for less than probably what I'll make in this hour.
Exactly. And you are not the only one. There were a handful of people there for that reason, but definitely a great energy. And then same thing yesterday against Chicago. To Kevin Huerter's point, a Thursday in the middle of the week, back to back, and it was rocking in Golden One Center last night. And Kevin Huerter got a good reception. I thought it was a little weird that the Bulls announced him first in the starting lineup. I guess, doesn't really matter, but I thought it would have added to the moment if he was a little bit later in the introduction of the starting lineup. But cheers for Kevin Huerter. There weren't really boos. I would say there were a couple of moments where, as he started to touch the ball late and get rolling a little bit, that you started to hear like slight boos throughout the stadium. But again, I mean, you're just on the other team at that point when the game starts. So I think that's all fair game. But did you have any expectations for, the reception that Kevin was going to get?
I said yesterday on the show, because of the Beam Team year, I would hope that Kevin got a warm round of applause and love from Sacramento. We were joking on the show. We didn't think he would get a tribute video. Harrison Barnes got one, but that was kind of the barometer where I'm like, I don't think he's quite going to get the tribute video when he returns, but I think for all the players who are part of the Beam team, as time goes on, will be beloved by this fan base if we're not already there. I think just because of what that team meant, I think Davion, Kevin, Trey Lyles, if Matthew Dellavedova ever comes back, Alex Len, all those guys are just going to be loved forever by this fan base just because of what that Beam team meant.
As they should. That was an extremely special season. They will always be the OG Beam team. I think that Kevin Huerter is even the one that coined the term Beam team, if I'm remembering that correctly. And yeah, just going down the list of this roster a little bit. You mentioned Davion, Trey Lyles, Terrence Davis on that team.
People are still in the YouTube chat wanting us to sign Terrence Davis.
They absolutely are.
That 32 points against Brooklyn?
That's right. He had that was a national TV game too.
I was also there for that one, 153 points or whatever.
Yep. You got Chimezie Metu, played just under 700 minutes. He hit a game winner against the Dallas Mavericks right after they traded for Kyrie Irving, because Kyrie played his first game as a Mav. I believe it was in Golden One Center, and they played 2 straight games there. Kyrie played in one of them and not the other. And I don't remember which one it was that Mezzi hit the game winner. But I remember De'Aaron hitting him and him knocking down that shot from the corner. That was a fun moment.
Yeah.
Probably, I feel mean, probably the best moment of Mezzi's career.
Probably at this point.
One of the more memorable ones.
There's still time to go, but at this point, I would say yes.
There is. Rashawn Holmes on that team.
Yeah.
Only played about 350 minutes.
The first Kings game I went to, it was pre-pandemic. I remember they had MVP chants for Rashawn Holmes at the arena, which was just amazing. Loved that.
People love some Rashawn Holmes, and myself included. I thought Rashawn was great, especially the years prior to that, like the Tyrese Rashawn pick and roll and the patent pending push shot. Who did we saw the push shot a lot. I'm forgetting if it was yesterday's game against Chicago or the game prior. I think it was Evan Mobley that kept hitting that push shot, and Ty Jerome, who plays like a big almost, especially when he gets in the paint.
Just a strange player.
The push shots, I was like, this guy is very unique. Very unique, we'll say. Rashawn, part of that team. I very much remember going into that season, like talking to Rashawn and Domas, and I guess this is Mike Brown's first year, about the idea of Rashawn and Domas playing together, and it was like, yeah, we'll try it. It didn't really happen.
No.
Didn't really happen. I don't even remember if they really tried it.
He didn't play. Like at a certain point, they just went to Alex Len and said, like, Alex is going to be the backup. I think that was kind of around March they made that switch.
Yeah, something like that. Kessler Edwards on this team as well. Now the starting center for the Dallas Mavericks. Well, we'll see. I think he's on a 2-way contract and running out of 2-way eligibility here. Something that the Kings are dealing with a little bit with Isaac Jones. KZ Okpala on this team played just under 250 minutes. My favorite quote of the season, maybe all time, from KZ Okpala was at Media Day, when I think I asked him to describe his game, and he said, "I do what I do because that's what I do." All right.
Started the first game of the Beam team.
He did. That's right. He started that team.
Yeah, because Keegan was coming off the bench for the first 2 games.
This was not long after the Mo Harkless experiment as well. That might have been the year prior. Matthew Dellavedova, Alex Len, PJ Dozier spent a little bit of time on that team. I want to say that might have been a 10-day.
Yeah, I straight up don't remember him. And then you got the 2-ways like Nimi Keita.
Yep, Nimi played under 30 minutes. Keon played 71 minutes that season as a 2-way. Chima Monecki played a little bit. And then Deontay Burton, I think, got a 10-day promotion from Stockton there as well. So definitely a memorable team. I think that Kevin Huerter, obviously a very big part of that, turning it around. Was Domantas Sabonis coming in. You also have Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray, and Malik Monk all joining the team at the same time. And the spacing and ball movement that team was able to accomplish, I think, really captured something that season. They end up 3rd in the Western Conference and break a 16-season, 17-year playoff drought in Sacramento. So obviously that team's always going to hold a special place in this fan base's heart, and I think they should. Kevin Huerter absolutely deserved the praise that he got last night in his return, and shout out to him for having a good game, because he's very much, it seems like, confidence is a big part of a lot of shooters, obviously, and it seemed like that got rattled a little bit. Everybody jokes about the 3-point contest and it all sort of going downhill from there, but we definitely saw him, start to struggle towards the end of his time. So good to see him get a new start in Chicago and be thriving a little bit there. But On the other side, the Kings edition at the deadline as somewhat part of the Kevin Huerter trade. You'd really call it the Zach Lavine, De'Aaron Fox trade. Is Zach Lavine coming over to Sacramento? Also played his former team for the first time. Didn't have the best game and didn't even shoot the ball all that much. On the other side here, we're going to talk about the Kings looking to get Lavine a little bit more involved as we move forward here. So stay tuned. Brenden Nunes filling in for the Allen Stiles Show here 10 to 2 on Sacktown Sports.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doop doop, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Meanwhile at Xfinity. Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do! Yeah! Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with two people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary, not guaranteed.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Fest and State Barbecue Championship is on Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Grape Festival grounds. There will be something for everyone. Craft beers from over 50 breweries, live music, outrageous food, games, plus taste barbecue from world-class barbecue teams. For tickets and more information, go to grapefestival.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend. The Lodi Beer Fest, where great brews meet legendary cues. Saturday, April 26th in Lodi.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery. One of the most common questions I receive is what makes us different from other law firms. At Gingery, Hammer & Associates, we handle your case from beginning to end. Whether your case reaches a settlement, whether we need to file suit, or even take it all the way to trial, we will be with you along the entire way. And because we are committed to you and your case, we are as invested as you are in making sure you get the outcome you deserve. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-931-6677. That's 800-931-6677. 800-931-6677.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigioJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigioJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%. Tom's Watch Bar has the best happy hour in Sacramento, starting with $5 specials all day, every day, plus select $7 appetizers and $12 entrees. With 360-degree viewing and game day vibes that match being at the game, Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for sports fans.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Attention citizens, a notorious outlaw is on the loose. Mo Leaks, aka the Water Bandit.
Just a little drip here and a little trickle there.
This slippery suspect is guilty of wasting 10% of your water, raising your bill, and stealing 90 gallons a day. Don't let him rob you. Fix those leaks during Fix a Leak Week.
Oh man, I've been caught.
Stop Mo Leaks. Find and fix those leaks today. Learn more at roseville.ca.us/fix-a-leak.
Woohoo!
Unbelievable. All right.
Those are the sounds of tax accountants rejoicing after experiencing the power of Blue Jay, the leading generative AI solution for tax research. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. So, tax accountants, here's your solution. Blue Jay, the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time and maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Blue Jay, generative AI for better tax answers. Text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
We're just diving into Kevin Huerter's big revenge game, returning to Golden One Center last night. Zach Lavine also playing his first game against his former team. Can't really call it a revenge performance, though. Brenden Nunes here, filling in for Allen Stiles, 10-2. Kyle Ledbetter with me behind the glass here. Brandon in the chat says, I don't know what to do with Zach. No points until the second half for a $45 million man. Ain't going to cut it. Then he gets 2 quick buckets, and it's like, where have you been, dude? First half against the Chicago Bulls, Zach Lavine, 3 points, 0 of 4 from the field, 0 of 3 from 3. All his points came from the free throw line. He had 3 assists. Just not very involved. And then in the second half, he ends up going, 0 of 4 in the first half. He is 2 of 5 in the second half, including 1 of 3 from 3. Ends the game with 8 points. 3 points and 3 assists in the first half. 5 points and 2 assists in the second half for what really is supposed to be your best player, your star player. And yes, you have DeMar DeRozan. You have a big game from, Malik Monk went crazy in this one. He had what would be his career high if you did not include his career high in regulation, the double overtime game against the Clippers a couple years ago that people will remember is one of probably the best games in regular season history for the NBA, was Malik Monk's technical career high, but within regulation, he has a big game, right? You have DeMar DeRozan have a solid game. Trey Lyles, 22 points off the bench, including, I want to say he had 15 in that third quarter, and it really went quarter by quarter. Keegan Murray did great in that first quarter. Trey Lyles, great in the second quarter. You have quite a run for, I believe it was DeMar DeRozan in that third quarter. And so, Malik Monk was the one, not Trey Lyles, or not Keegan Murray in that first quarter that you saw just totally take over that stretch. But you do need Zach Lavine to be more involved. And I understand the irony of, we're going to play some quotes here from Malik Monk talked about it, and Doug Christie, I think specifically, are the two that we're going to go to here, DeMar DeRozan as well. And I understand the irony in hearing these guys say, hey, we need Zach to be Zach if we're going to win games, right after they just beat the Cleveland Cavaliers without Zach Lavine. But when he's out there, you do need him to be himself. And I've heard Slater say it on the afternoon show when they first traded for Zach. And he was being a little bit too passive, trying to fit in. I think it's the typical like good guy thing to do. You don't want to come in and just be like, hey, this is my team now, everybody else out the way. And so that's a normal adjustment. But Slater's point was when you're not leaning into your strengths, you being Zach Lavine, then your weaknesses hurt even more. And I think that you're starting to see that. Obviously, he's not some lockdown defensively. He's fairly poor on that end of the floor, specifically off the ball. I think DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk fall into the same category. And he's not getting that much production out of him. For him to only shoot the ball 9 times and for that to be 4 attempts in the first half, 5 attempts in the second half. Again, I know Malik's rolling, Trey is rolling, DeMar is rolling a little bit here, but you got to get Zach a little bit more involved. And I think that Malik Monk is one of the guys most, I guess, responsible for that. Not to put the blame on Malik, but he said himself post-game that as the point guard, the initiator of this team, that he needs to work to get Zach Lavine a little bit more involved. So here is what Malik had to say about Zach only getting 9 shots up in that game.
That's my job, man. I'll be trying to do it. It's just him being comfortable with taking the shots that he's not used to, too. We've been talking a lot. We talk every day about it. And, yeah, tonight was one of those nights where he didn't shoot the ball well, didn't shoot a lot. And we can't have that out of him. He know that, though, but that's us. That's our job to figure out how to get him more shots because we can't have that out of him.
I think it's fair. I mean, it's one of the things that I think De'Aaron was pretty good at, is setting up his teammates, and people would get on De'Aaron at times of, oh, you had a really slow first half. And not that that was never the case, but I thought that there were a lot of instances where he's trying to get his teammates involved first, and I think that that's just something that De'Aaron is naturally a little bit better at than maybe Malik is, and that's fine. It's just a difference in players. Malik, obviously, very much a scorer. Again, you see him put up 34 points in last night's game, but 5 assists in there as well. A decent amount of turnovers from the Kings. Not crazy, but 11. That turns into 17 points for the Cavs. Malik has 2 turnovers. Zach has 2 turnovers. Keegan ends up with 2 as well in this one. Keon Ellis with 2. So you saw that be a little bit of a problem, I guess, for the Kings. Keegan Murray had 3 blocked shots yesterday, by the way. I did not realize that. But Malik definitely is one of those guys that it's like you kind of roll the point guard is, hey, this guy hasn't touched it in a little while. We need to make sure to get him involved, and I think that Malik is obviously still adjusting to that. And Zach also is still adjusting to, I think this is more of a personal adjustment of being willing and comfortable to tell these guys like, hey, let me get that, because it's still a new group year round. He didn't play in that game against the Cleveland Cavaliers that ended up being a win, by the way, for personal reasons. I asked about it a little bit. Obviously won't dive into too much of personal reasons. We'll keep it personal. But my understanding is that things are fine for all intents and purposes. There's not some larger thing necessarily going on here. So obviously hope everything's good with Zach. And maybe that factored into this game against the Bulls is why I mentioned that. But you undoubtedly need more than 9 shot attempts from this guy that can put up 30 on any given night and is usually extremely efficient. But I think there's a big difference of, even though he's great at shooting off the dribble, that getting him those catch and shoot looks. Again, when Chicago was good, when that team, with obviously led by DeMar DeRozan and Zach Lavine, when they were good, was because Lonzo Ball was healthy. One of the best table setters in the NBA. And he was just feeding Zach Lavine in his spots. And that's actually something that DeMar DeRozan talked about here as well, of needing to get Zach the ball in his spots. He mentioned playing in transition a little bit more and probably getting the ball in his hands a little bit more. So here's DeMar DeRozan's perspective on Zach only taking 9 shots.
We just got to get the ball to him in his spots, let him play in transition. When we play in transition, that's when he at his best, being able to get downhill, being a force, getting to the free throw line. He one of the, best free throw drawers on the team when he being aggressive, getting downhill. So, we got to play to his strengths more, put the ball in his hands. I understand, where he most effective to get going because, we're not going to win games without Zach being Zach, so we just got to find those ways.
Not going to win games without Zach being Zach. When he's out there, I think they definitely need him to be himself. He's had a couple big performances for the Kings, including his season high 42 points against the Charlotte Hornets, for what it's worth, where the Kings had a 42-point win, but 16 and 19 from the field in that game, 8 of 9 from 3, as you may remember.
I think those were both career highs.
They were. That was actually like an all-time efficient game from Zach Lavine. 16 of 19 for 42 points is absolutely ridiculous. He also had a 36-point game. Actually, this is on Chicago against the Kings, so I got a little bit mixed up there. But against the Spurs, he had a pretty big game. It was kind of the reminder of, hey, I know De'Aaron was a guy, and he's back in town, but hey, this is me now. Where he had 35 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists in that game. That is also a win for the Kings. As we go a little bit further, there's the Pelicans game in overtime where he had 32 points. That ended up being a loss. That's the one where CJ McCollum smoked the game-winning layup at regulation and then ends up taking over in overtime. There's a 30-point game against the Clippers, another overtime loss, a narrow one. Your guy Kawhi Leonard hitting the left-handed push shot.
Their season, which those are the only 4 30-point games he's had as a Sacramento King. His next high after that, though, is a little strange, is only 23.
Only 23. Yeah, it's been fairly, I guess, inconsistent is the right way to put it, because, I mean, yeah, you have this 8-point game against the Bulls. That's a loss, right? You have a 13-point game against the Warriors. That's a loss. That was the first game coming back from the All-Star break where, from my memory, quite literally everybody on the Kings played bad, to be honest. You have a game against the Orlando Magic at home. Zach Lavine had 13 points. You remember that was a fairly disappointing loss. 111 to 130 was that loss.
Was that his first game with the Kings? Or
that was, actually, that's a good point. That was his first game with the Kings. And then in Golden State, you have this is recently 14 points from Zach Lavine, 5 of 6 from the field. That is also a loss. A Knicks game where he had 17 points. That's a loss. At Dallas, an overtime win where DeMar DeRozan hits the game winner, 17 points. That one's a win. That's the first win that I've gotten to where DeMar scored less than, or where Zach Lavine has scored less than 20 points for this Kings team. And again, we're dealing with a small sample size. And I think that he will continue to get more comfortable in this system, but it's tough when you're fighting for play-in positioning. Really, ideally, we got a little bit of hope about that 8th seed for a sec of, hey, maybe they'll only have to play one or only have to win one play-in game rather than having to win 2 if you make that 8 seed. And obviously you'd be in the 7-8 matchup, which the winner ends up securing the 7 seed in the playoffs. Loser plays the winner of the 9-10, and the winner of that matchup, loser of 7-8 and winner of 9-10, eventually would make the 8 seed. So you want to make that 8 spot, obviously, so you are only having to win one play-in game to make the postseason rather than 2 to make the playoffs. That's why it's tough to just be like, this is an adjustment period. But it is. And this is what you signed up for when you made this trade. Kyle, I'm curious your perspective on just sort of the up and down nature that we've seen from Lavine so far.
I think you made a great point a couple minutes ago when you were talking about Malik at first, which is like it's an adjustment for Malik and it's also an adjustment for Zach. And part of the point guard's job is to get other players involved at times. And if Zach is in the corner, I think Malik tends to make where Malik gets in the most trouble is when he tries to make that from the left wing to the right corner type of pass. And I think that maybe is part of it too. I was actually reading Zach Lavine talked to Sam Smith, friend of the show, Sam Smith, who covers the Bulls. He wrote the Jordan Rules book and all that stuff. And when he was coming back, he had this interesting quote, "I've never been in a trade coming in with a new team mid-season, but the guys have been great. The coaching staff has been great. I feel I've been playing well, but there's a little bit of discomfort. You don't know the plays, the sets, the guys' tendencies, so you learn on the run. But the good thing is I've had 11 years of experience being able to play basketball. We've had ups and downs and are trying to straighten them out. Me and DeMar know how to play well with each other. Obviously, last year I was hurt. He and I understand each other well."
Is this last night?
No, this is from, he said after a prior Kings game.
Gotcha.
So this was leading up to the game. I think it was a week or so before the game that he talked to Sam. But it's interesting to even hear him talk about like, yeah, it's a pretty big adjustment. And the Kings are kind of trying to build on the fly while at the same time, Malik missed 4 games. Sabonis, who's that traditional point center, or the unconventional point center, but the guy who we're used to running the Kings offense, has been out basically the entire time. It's been, I give him grace, but also at the same time, injuries have kind of nuked any chance they've had of trying to build chemistry on the fly.
Yeah, it's made things tough. I think it's also given guys like Devin Carter more opportunity. That I want to dive into his play a little bit here in the next segment before we eventually talk to Sean Cunningham. But definitely an adjustment. I mean, being traded midseason for the first time, obviously new for Zach Lavine. Sure, you could go down the DeMar DeRozan path, who's what, like 14 plus years into his career at least. I'm definitely downselling that. And he's never had a coach fired midseason. And obviously dealing with that this year, there's no way that this year went anything like he had hoped. Obviously, again, in the sort of twilight of his career, I'm sure he wants to be competing for championships. And he just got to 25,000 career points yesterday. That's a great accomplishment. He said it was a little hard to celebrate the moment, maybe, given the loss and just the nature of how that game went. But something that will be contextualized, I think, even more so as we get further removed from it. And as DeMar's career gets closer to the end, I think we'll really start to appreciate and evaluate his extremely strong and probably locked, really, Hall of Fame case. But back to the Zach conversation. I mean, yeah, I think that there are just a lot of adjustments going on for this team. And Doug Christie, I mentioned that coaching change definitely being part of it. Doug shared his perspective on needing to get Zach a little bit more involved. Obviously, he has a good relationship with him, both being Washington guys, and they've been trying to talk and figure out this equation as well.
More than anything, just talking to Zach, we have to find ways that he can stay aggressive and be aggressive and play his game. And offensively, sometimes we run 4, we run 5, and he'll find himself in the corner or someplace. And when you go to those high splits, it's hard to get there if you don't, move that ball that extra time, that extra look. As you come off on the 4 high splits and somebody puts pressure on the rim, and now you get somebody going dribble handoff, big rolls to the rim really hard, it causes the corner to help. Bang, there he is. But if you're only looking for the pocket, or you're not going through your progressions, and these are things like, that I will have to teach them, running that offense and understanding all of that are 2 totally different things. And I think that they can do that, but when they do it, it looks beautiful. But when you don't look through your progressions, that's where a guy like Zach will get lost. And we need him to be Zach Lavine. We need him to be aggressive and stay aggressive. And he understands that. And we'll watch film and talk to him about different areas and making sure that we are running things that put the ball in his hands for him to make decisions that we've seen him make his whole career. And that is an aggressive Zach Lavine. So am I worried? No, I'm not worried. But it feels like crap.
I'm not worried, but it feels like crap. Does that work? I guess
it's a great line for sure.
Yeah. I feel like that a lot, to be fair. And that may need to be the slogan for this Kings team. Actually, that might not be fair because I am a little worried. I would admit my worry.
By this point in the season, I'm just like, I'm not worried, but I'm exhausted.
Exhausted is a great way to put it, and I couldn't agree more.
That's kind of my feeling. I'm not worried about it, but I'm just exhausted.
I will say from my perspective on that, like, this year has been so much non-basketball conversation, I feel like basketball adjacent, sure, but not directly basketball. And I'm like, I would love to just get back to the game.
Yeah,
and
we were coming in game to game and doing analysis and like what it meant, and now it's like there's all sorts of other crazy details around everything else.
Earlier this year, like, fans are monitoring Instagrams and stuff, and it's so much throughout the course of this year that I would love to just get back to basketball. And I think that Doug Christie did a good job of laying out the basketball reasons that sort of led to Lavine only having 9 attempts there. It's not a vastly different offense than what they were running under Mike Brown. Obviously, when Domantas Sabonis isn't out there, I think things look a lot differently, and there are less dribble handoffs, more pick and rolls. I think we already saw that adjustment when Mike Brown was here throughout the course of this year, but one of the staples offensively that Mike Brown had implemented, 5 staples offensively, 5 staples defensively, one of the offensive ones was ball reversals. And that's just the ball going from, simple as it is, left to right side of the court and forcing the defense to adjust there, because you keep the ball on one side. The weak side that the ball is not on, those defenders just kind of get to like stand around. And yes, you're 2-9ing, right, where you're trying to not get 3 seconds in the key and defend that opposite corner at the same time. So doing nothing, maybe a little bit hyperbolic, but you're giving them a free pass a little bit and forcing them to continue to adjust, hitting the other side. I don't think people realize how much this offense allows players to sort of choose who they're going to and kind of look guys off, because you come up the court and it's like, hey, do I want to go to left or right side here? And it's like, all right, well, Zach's on that side, DeMar's on that side. I guess I'm going to go this way, and there are sort of decisions that are being made, I think a lot of times, obviously, by the initiators, which can be the bigs on this team as well, of, okay, what side of the floor are we taking the ball to here, and what guy is on that side? And I think just going towards Zach's side of the floor a little bit more often is kind of what Doug's talking about there. And if you execute all the little things throughout the process, right? He mentions rolling hard to the basket and how that opens things up. Like, you could not touch the ball at all, but you make a really good, well-timed hard cut, and all of a sudden that guy's open from the corner for 3 just because you did that cut, and it shows up nowhere on the stat sheet. You didn't even touch the ball, but you created that shot. And I think those are the sort of things that Doug is talking about. The first half, really, Kings were kind of chucking a lot of threes, and it worked out. They were going down, but that slowed down drastically in the second half and proved to be something that not only they couldn't rely on, but I would more so say that they couldn't reliably create, or just more so did not reliably create. But we're going to dive more into sort of the Jekyll and Hyde nature of, beating the Cleveland Cavaliers and then losing to the Chicago Bulls on consecutive nights here with Fox 40 Sean Cunningham joining us here on the other side. So stay tuned as we dive into that conversation here. Brenden Nunes filling in for Allen Stiles. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Saturday night, Kings and Bucks. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Every Saturday in March is your chance to shoot your shot at Sky River Casino's $250,000 Slam Dunk Cash Giveaway. Play slots and table games to earn entries and get 100 bonus entries every Monday and Tuesday. Visit Sky River Casino daily to score a free entry. Then join every Saturday from 7 to 10 p.m. for a chance to win up to $250,000. Visit skyriver.com for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emron Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions, plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. All in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with 0 down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Getting a little spicy in the Sack chat over here. People going back and forth. One loss will do that to Kings fans here. Well, maybe one loss is downplaying a little bit. Been a little bit of a tough year as Brenden Nunes here filling in for Allen Stiles today. Got my guy Sean Cunningham, Fox 40 Sean Cunningham, joining the show. Sean, I heard you're a little sick today. You feeling all right, man?
Who said that?
I think you may have.
Yeah. Okay. I do have a little thing going on with my voice. Makes me sound a little deeper today. So
Yeah, you sound grown up.
What's that?
You sound grown up.
I sound like I just gone through puberty again.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of just going. Yeah. Well, maybe I never late bloomer.
Exactly. How's your March Madness viewing experience so far? You were flexing yesterday that you're top of the Jason Ross bracket so far.
In the Just for Fun pool, yeah, I total domination by myself, 15-1. That living proof that you don't need to know what the hell you're doing to be able to have fun in this thing and maybe come away a winner. But just day one, and I think the key to it was not paying attention at all to the scoreboards or any games. Yesterday, I didn't get to see a single game, and that's going to change today when the Duke Blue Devils take the court.
I was going to say, was it intentional that you didn't watch? There were games on around us.
No, man, they were around us, and I could kind of look up and maybe see a score or two, but it was not busy time of year. This 7-game homestand is a whopper. So yeah, a lot going on. There were a lot of storylines obviously last night, as you probably laid out earlier in the show, and certainly we saw the return of Kevin Huerter and Zach Lavine playing against his former team for the first time. So just a lot of things like that to sort through in the local news aspect of things with the Sacramento Kings.
Absolutely. You mentioned it, busy during this homestand, and that includes the Kings beating the Cleveland Cavaliers, league leading, or at least right there with OKC, handing them their 13th loss of the season on Wednesday. And then you have a back-to-back that ends up being a loss to the Chicago Bulls. You mentioned Kevin Huerter's revenge game there, but what do you sort of make of the Jekyll and Hyde nature of this team, and specifically, I guess, this back-to-back? You know, do you look at it as playing down to your level of opponent? How much do you factor in it being a back-to-back? Just how do you try to make sense of what happened in these last two games?
Yeah, I think trying to do that, much like this Kings coaching staff and front office, and even the media around it, it's the type of I wouldn't recommend it to folks because trying to make sense of anything this Kings team does is probably a futile experience, and one that will make you want to hit your head against the wall. But I find it fascinating because really I think it all just comes down to the give a damn from this team, and really them coming out the right way. And it's funny, we haven't seen them of late come into a game like they did against the Bulls, where you get off to this really crazy start. Not a lot of defense maybe in those first few moments from either team. I mean, but they came out just smoking. You saw the three ball falling, assist numbers were up. The pace was just light. I mean, it was lightning pace. We haven't seen that in a while. So it was fun to watch, and certainly you saw this team capable of putting up some points, and maybe they're feeling good coming off of the Cavs win the night before against one of the, literally coming into that game, Cleveland had the best record in the NBA, and handing them their 13th loss ended up, with Oklahoma City winning, they fall to second best record in the league. But I don't think it's a rise to the level of opposition like we've seen from this Kings team historically, because I think they're kind of, they're taking care of the teams this season that you would expect them to, for the most part. Certainly that hasn't been a trait for Sacramento over the past few years, but this team, for whatever reason, has been able to capitalize on those moments, and sometimes they fall flat against some of the teams that are obviously the steeper opposition, especially since the trade. Now, obviously, a win over the Cavs, a win over the Celtics notwithstanding, those were probably the biggest moments of the year. Maybe you could throw in some Houston victory in that regard as well. But this team is just crazy. Like, it's got just a weird vibe to it that when all of a sudden they let go of the rope, things can really kind of spiral out of control. And I just think it comes down to the give a damn. I have this thing, and Brenden, you've seen this, and probably a lot of Kings fans have. I have a moment where I like to go into the locker room before the game, and Doug Christie has always a message, and usually it's an acronym or something like that, where it's on the whiteboard and it's something that they're preaching. And obviously, protect home court is something that remains up there throughout this 7-game homestand, at least through these first few games. But last night's was IOC, and wasn't quite sure what that is. I'm still not sure.
Yeah, I haven't debunked that one either.
But I think I actually just had looked it up because, or IOI, I said IOC. I was IOI meaning. And so I actually just looked it up, and then there's a financial term I think that comes to mind, and it's called indication of interest. And I think that applies to the Sacramento Kings. Now, I think that's maybe the thing that sticks out the most in terms of their give a damn, is what I call it. And last night you have somebody that's as frustrating like Zach Lavine. Like, he needs to be, in my mind, the number one scoring option on this team in order for them to have success. And it's clearly where his bread is buttered. This is what the type of player he's known for. And he goes out there and he has 4 shots going into the fourth quarter, and he's 0 for 4. Finally got a couple things to drop, a dunk, kind of get him going a little bit. And obviously he was out the night before with some personal things, and he's handling that, and it could have affected him in this game. But certainly it's something we've seen from him since he's arrived in Sacramento, where's the guy that is chucking shots? Where's the guy that is taking over and trying to be that elite scorer that we've come to know from him during his time in the NBA? And we're not seeing it. And I think they really, really need his presence on the offensive end to get them going. And I think that's the thing that sticks out most with this since the trade deadline. It's like, if you have to look at something that lingers, I mean, certainly they're a team that's like a 500 basketball team, but that is, in my mind, the biggest problem is their give a damn or indication of interest and getting Zach Lavine shots.
Yeah, indication of interest sounds like Doug Christie was listening to an audiobook on the way in and, found a good quote and decided to roll with that. But no, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, obviously, Zach Lavine only shooting the ball 9 times. You were asking about it a lot in post game. And I think that Malik had a good response. Everybody did, really, DeMar as well. But Malik specifically, with being the point guard of this team now, and obviously he was rolling yesterday. This was his career high in regulation, if you don't count that outside of that double overtime regulation game against the Clippers a couple years ago in that OG Beam team year. But, how much do you look at it as it being a factor of there not being a traditional point guard on this team? And what have you thought of how Malik has adjusted to that? Because it seems like there has been a little bit of a, he talked about the mental adjustment that he's been going through recently.
Yeah, I always say the thing you don't want to see from any athlete is to see that they're thinking or having to think about what they're doing when they're in action, be it on the court, on the field, whatever it is. And especially in basketball, like it just has to be read and react. It just has to come naturally. You have to be able to play freely and do what you do. And if you see them kind of having to noodle things through, that isn't usually a recipe for success. So I admire the challenge that's in front of Malik and the way he steps to it, because if I sound like a broken record, to me he's always the most important player on this Kings team in terms of what he represents to this roster and this club and this franchise. He's a fan favorite at this point, and him having to navigate when to be a point guard, when to be a scorer, when to be a playmaker is really tough. And so, even Doug Christie alluded to it not that long ago in terms of what the first 5 minutes should look like from Malik Monk before he has some subs come in and then becomes that scoring option that we've seen contend for Sixth Man of the Year. So, it's murky. It's something that is a little bit different for him. But that's why that analogy that Doug Christie uses so many times is so apropos, is the fixing the plane while it's in the air. It's like, we all know that this isn't a complete team, that, they fired a head coach. They've lost another assistant coach. They traded the franchise player. They've got so many player acquisitions that are still trying to work things through. You don't have the benefit of a training camp. And it's like starting you at the 50-yard line and say, okay, go, they need more seasoning. It's not quite ready yet. And so they're trying to make the most of it. And that's why, I don't want to say that the season is completely lost, because certainly you can find moments and you can find a lot of evaluation period in this season to where it's not a complete failure, or, you're certainly going to have to evaluate your head coach at the end of the year. You're definitely going to evaluate roster pieces on the end of the year. You're going to evaluate your front office at the end of the year. So I think all of this kind of builds to that to those final decisions that'll be made when the season comes to an end, whenever that is. But certainly the lack of point guard play is absolutely part of it. And in my mind, and let's be honest, the Sacramento Kings have run into injuries as well. Domantas Sabonis is somebody that the ball has to move through, and learning to play with Domantas Sabonis is a bit of a learning curve for some people. And so, I could probably chalk it up to that. But at the same time, Zach Lavine is a guy who can go get you a bucket and create his own opportunities. Him and DeMar DeRozan do that about as well as anybody in the league. So I don't want to totally lean on that as an excuse, because I think even this Kings team expects more of Zach Lavine in that regard.
Sean Cunningham from Fox 40 joining us. Sean, you mentioned the give a damn, and I wanted to go back to that for a second, because you kind of just laid it out. They've had a head coach fired, another assistant coach leave in the middle of the season. You've had your best player traded. You've had players signed. You've had players released. You've had now injuries piled on top of it. Are you getting the sense that mentally and emotionally some players have been worn down by just everything that's happened this season, and then you lump another Sabonis injury on top of it? What's kind of I know DeRozan was talking yesterday during postgame, and he kind of alluded to it's just been a long season. What are you kind of noticing from players when you interact with them?
Yeah, I don't know if that comes to mind. I think certainly that might be the case. It hasn't stuck out to me, because I think players are really chomping at the bit to be able to compete with this team. I think there's opportunity that exists, and there's an excitement, but it's, for whatever reason, it's just a collection of guys, and they don't really play as a team quite yet. So I think they even recognize that, but I don't know if there's a mental fatigue. I think certainly that exists with a lot of the fan base, because they've been put through the ringer, and I'm sympathetic to that. But I think it's also, selfishly, what kind of makes it fun. I think it makes it interesting. I think you kind of have to throw expectations out the window. Any expectations that you had prior to the season, you kind of have to throw that out the window when you trade a franchise player and fire your head coach. But I think this is what's kind of fun, because you get to kind of see, what can be. And I think one of the biggest things, and I actually mentioned to Allen a couple weeks back, it's like, it may not be the team you want, but they have positioned themselves to where they have pieces that are here long term, and you don't really have a lot of crucial decisions you have to make. You have a collection of people that you can kind of build around, and I think that is exciting for this team. I think the players recognize that. I think to be able to go out there and see what somebody like Devin Carter is doing right now, finally having a moment in his rookie season that people have kind of waited for. I think people are starting to finally see wow, here's a glimpse into what could be for his NBA future and maybe even the next couple years here in Sacramento, should he remain. Somebody like Jake LaRavia, who they obviously will have a decision to make, and yeah, they're capped on what they can give him going forward, but if he, does anything that's worthwhile, it's going to benefit the Kings, and I think people are seeing that. But even with guys like DeRozan and Lavine playing together, those are just. But you mentioned like Domas, like he's just so crucial, and certainly he's made. There's a report out there in terms of them having to have some clarity on where this team is going. I think it doesn't just exist for him. There's a lot of people within this organization that are going to have that same type of mindset because things are have been chaotic, and it has been a pressure type of season where there's a lot of things that happen outside of basketball that kind of give you pause as to what maybe the future holds. So I don't think it's exclusive to Domas. And by the way, dealing with the injuries, that poor guy went through just the ringer the other day before that Cavs game. I mean, I talked to him briefly last night. He got 6 stitches in the eye. He said it's ugly. I asked him about the ankle. He said it's uglier. It's swelling. It's, but I'm surprised. I think you guys probably are too, that reevaluating them in 10 days and maybe being out maybe 10 days is a lot less than what people thought, because that ankle injury looked crazy. But to your point, Kyle, I don't know. I don't totally necessarily read that when I'm talking to players. I do feel that there's a hunger and excitement level, and certainly just hey, let's just get in and see what can happen, because certainly we've seen teams go really deep into the playoffs, even if they're in the play-in situation. They want to be better than that, but I think it is just kind of is what it is at this point, and they're willing to accept that role.
Yeah, 6 stitches for Domas. I mean, you're a UFC guy, Sean. It looked like he just came out of a fight, man. Like that was quite a gash, and then comes back and has the ankle injury. This is right after having the hamstring injury and only being back for a little over a game. Fan base is, as most fan bases do, living or dying with every win or loss. But obviously, this Cleveland game was probably the biggest win of the year for the Kings, right up there with the Boston game that you mentioned earlier. And funnily enough, no Domantas Sabonis or Zach Lavine in that win over Cleveland, and no De'Aaron Fox going back to that win in Boston, which Boston will have a chance at their revenge, and so will Cleveland, as the tough stretch of the tough final stretch of the Sacramento Kings season comes around. But Sean, when you look at like these good games, and keeping it specifically, I guess, since Lavine's been here, like the Houston game, I think about the Cleveland game, obviously falls in. What do you see when this Kings team is playing at their best? What do you feel like they are doing well? Like I've been trying to figure out what I would say the identity of this team is, or what you can expect them to do on a nightly basis. And I've had trouble, I guess, putting my finger on that. But when they have these good performances, what do you feel like they're doing well? And do you have any, sense of, do you gain any confidence from having these big games, even when they're followed up with that loss to Chicago?
I don't know if it gives me confidence, but I think what really stood out to me, and I think we mentioned it not long ago on our podcast, is the fact that even that recent 4-game road trip, I think, is the one I circle. And clearly there wasn't. I mean, Denver obviously was an elite opponent in that 4-game trip, but everyone else was kind of a little bit softer of an opponent. And then you go into the Clipper game that they lost right after that. To me, what stands out obviously is that level of compete, but particularly on the defensive end. And that 4-game trip, and again, I don't care who your opponent is, because I think they could have played like that against some of those lesser opponents and still been a monster to be able to compete with some of those elite teams. And I think you saw that. And granted, it didn't bear out in terms of wins and losses. They both lost the game in LA to the Clippers and as well to the Denver Nuggets. But the way they played in those 2 games, and I think when Doug Christie talks about the byproduct is winning, of how we play and how we compete, and winning would be the byproduct of that, doesn't always work. But I feel like the way they competed in those games, particularly on the defensive end, showed me what they were capable of, and kind of changed my mind, because I thought that this team was absolutely dreadful defensively going into that trip. I had already kind of made up my mind on that. And certainly they had strung probably a good 6-7 games together where that wasn't the case, and really kind of turned their fortunes around. So I think it starts there for them, especially for the identity of their coach. It may not be the identity that they have, but it's certainly the identity that they want to be a solid defensive team. They don't have to be an elite defensive team to be a winning basketball team in this league, but the way they score the ball, I mean, they can compete with anybody. They may not be a top 5 like I thought, because for certain things, maybe they're not as good of a 3-point shooting team, or maybe they're not as quick as they probably should be. But I still think that they can score with anyone. But I think it all just comes down to what they show defensively. And I went from thinking this team is not a good defensive team and won't be a good defensive team to one that has shown that they're capable of doing so. And I think Jake LaRavia, I think Jonas Valanciunas, the addition of Devin Carter, but certainly Keon Ellis, DeMar DeRozan, who isn't really known as a defensive player, showing to be a willing defender at times, and the way they kind of get into lanes has certainly helped. I mean, the steals are way up. That's always fun to see. So I think they've shown what they're capable of, and if they can somehow find a consistent level with that and maybe reach a top 15 in the league, I think that could, much like previous teams that were awful defensively, that could bode well for future success and being able to compete.
Yeah, agreed. Keegan Murray, definitely part of that group. And like you said, that road trip, they showed a lot on that end, and then, can revert pretty quickly, but you see that it's there for sure. That's Fox 40, Sean Cunningham. Sean, appreciate you coming on. Do you care about spoilers about what's going on in the tournament at all?
No, go ahead. Lay it on me.
Baylor looking like they're about to win their game, and I am hyped for the eventual. I'm rooting for Duke today.
Just today?
I don't have strong opinions on who wins, to be honest.
So
I want the prospect matchups. I want VJ Edgecombe, honestly, not even quite sure how to say it, against Cooper and the other two Duke dudes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like Malik Brown's still going to be out for Duke with the shoulder. I mean, that's a tough injury. I mean, I in my mind, he's if not the best defender in the country, he's probably 2 or 3. But he means a lot to that team. I mean, he's going to be sorely missed. But get through the first couple rounds, Duke is way too talented. Certainly anything can happen in the tournament, but I got them as my champion. So, as I always do, I mean, I always do 2 brackets at least, one with my head and one with my heart. And Duke is always the one with my heart, but it's also with my head this year. I think they're the best team in the country, and I don't think Auburn's number 2. I think if there had to be another team that's going to win it all, look out for Florida.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. But all the SEC teams, that's the weird part. All the football schools all of a sudden can play basketball.
Yeah, 12 of them made it, right?
That's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm surprised we don't see you in the Duke polo and the blue Hurley hat today.
No, I don't have any of those laying around.
No.
I had to
Not
go
for the first round.
All Johnny Cash for you. I did wear my Bo Jackson shirt. You didn't know who Bo Jackson was for a while. So.
That is not quite true. Somewhat true.
Somewhat
true. My dad would not be proud of me. Well, no. Sean Cunningham from Fox 40, appreciate you joining the show, man. Enjoy the rest of your day. Best of luck.
Thanks, buddy. See you later, buddy.
See you, man.
Guys.
Again, Fox 40, Sean Cunningham. Appreciate him joining the show. He does great work, obviously, covering the Sacramento Kings and all local Sacramento sports, and outside of that a little bit. But diving into a little bit of what went wrong in that Chicago Bulls game. But there are reasons for optimism with how this team has played overall, if you want to find them, because there are also reasons for pessimism if you want to find them. I tend to live like this in life in general. Whatever you look for, you're going to find. And I think that the Kings have given you plenty on both sides. But as we continue the conversation here, I want to open up the phone lines a little bit, if that's good with you, Kyle, over here. 916-339-1140. Feel free to call in here. Going to take calls until about noon. And then we'll open that up a little bit later. Text line as well. Again, 916-339-1140. Got the Sack Chat here on YouTube. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Brenden Nunes here. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass, filling in for Allen Stiles here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It's finally Friday. Getting out the door to a cool start. Expect temperatures in the lower 40s. As we head through the afternoon, expect partly cloudy skies, light winds, and temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Ready for an early bird special? A new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as $11,789. This is a limited offer and ends April 15th. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, a huge spring savings for you today.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A bananas experience.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPfest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPfest.com.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Services, their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half. And if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at the AEway.com for an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-99.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer. Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigioJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigioJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigioJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%. Tom's Watch Bar has the best happy hour in Sacramento, starting with $5 specials all day, every day. Plus select $7 appetizers and $12 entrees. With 360-degree viewing and game day vibes that match being at the game. Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for sports fans.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Brenden Nunes filling in for Allen Stiles here on the Allen Stiles Show. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass, taking you up till 2 o'clock here. Had Fox 40 Sean Cunningham join the show a little bit earlier. After this segment, we're going to get into Sam Amick joining the morning show a little bit earlier today. Had some interesting thoughts on, potential league expansion, which we will do our own little expansion draft, and who you would protect, I guess, is more so what we're talking about from the Kings side in the event of expansion, which I don't think is exactly the near future as in this season. But again, poor kept secret that it's going to likely end up being Seattle and Vegas that expands, which I think would obviously then mean 2 West teams move to the East. And I think the 3 that you hear most often mentioned are New Orleans, Memphis, and Minnesota. If I'm remembering right, Minnesota always has the most travel miles every single year, because if you think about it, I mean, they're really right next to what would it be? It's not the Atlantic Division. It's the Eastern Central Division, I believe it is. But Milwaukee, Chicago, Indiana, Minnesota is really not that far from all of that, all right there, Great Lakes. Instead, their division is, who are they with? OKC, I want to say.
Portland.
Portland. That's crazy that Portland and Minnesota are in the same
It's
division.
apparently Northwest. It's Minnesota, Portland, OKC, Utah, and Denver.
Yeah, which crazy. Yeah, obviously Minnesota, the clear outlier in that grouping. So you'll see some teams eventually move over to the West. But another thing that Sam talked about a little bit, as you'll hear in this next segment, is mentioned the idea of Mexico City a little bit, and we've heard it floated around the idea of them getting an expansion team a little bit. Kyle and I during the break we're taking a look at the Mexico City Capitanes, who are the current G League team over there. And curious if any of the listeners here knew, let us know in the SAC chat, or, call or text 916-339-1140. Not affiliated with an NBA team, Mexico City. They are the only G League team not affiliated with an NBA team. Juan Toscano Anderson on the homepage of their website right here. Very fitting.
I think I understand why.
Very fitting. Proud of his Mexican heritage, obviously. One of the few guys in the NBA. He may have been the first.
I think he was the first to win a championship.
Okay.
I don't know if he was the first, period.
That would make sense. That would definitely make sense.
Yes, he was on that bubble Lakers team.
Yeah, and very, outspoken, proud of his heritage. Definitely makes a lot of sense. Big fan of JTA. Love the hustle that he plays with. I thought that he was great to interact with in the very short stint that he was here. Did he end up closing out a season? He did. He got a 10-day and then I think stayed throughout the rest of the season. That's right. It was just 2 10 days.
I think it was. I don't think he was on the team the whole season.
That does sound about right. But yeah, definitely a Mike Brown guy,
Yeah, for sure. Which, by the way, it's Stockton Kings, 2 minutes left. They're down 3 against the Oklahoma City Blue right now.
Okay.
I'm watching it on you can stream it live on the G League website if you want.
There we go. Definitely a way to check that out. And you know who really benefited from their time in Stockton? Obviously, you saw Keon Ellis go through that earlier in his career, but I think that Devin Carter is following a similar yet different trajectory. Obviously, big variance between being a lottery pick and being a undrafted player. But I think the parallels are more so in, hey, we're going to send you down to the G League. And obviously, this has to do with Devin having shoulder surgery and missing out on a large majority of his rookie season, obviously. But hey, we want you to go down to the G League. And Doug Christie has talked a lot about, ever since Devin Carter's been, performing well in limited minutes here with Sacramento these last handful of games, that the G League experience was so beneficial for him because they sent him down there and had him play the role that they want him to play with the main squad in Sacramento. And that's running the show, essentially being a point guard out there. And that's where I draw the parallel to Keon Ellis, is that both of these guys are really more combo guards. Sure, Devin has more on-ball skills. He's more comfortable being the initiator from his time at Providence than compared to what Keon did at Bama, for example. But neither is a point guard. And they're trying to continue to develop that. You've seen Keon, I think his handle's gotten quietly a little bit better this year, but definitely still needs some progress. And you're seeing Devin Carter initiate things a little bit more often. Definitely I will say, from all my interactions and anybody else that's interacted with him, and I've talked about it, there is no lack of confidence from Devin Carter. I think that Malik Monk had some comment on that in these recent games as well, of like, hey, you don't got to tell him to shoot it. He is going to let it fly. And we've kind of joked that he very rarely hits rim. He is either going to hit nothing but bottom of the net, or honestly damn near break the backboard sometimes. You're like, whoa.
He had an air ball early in his career too.
He definitely has had a couple. But there's also the aggressiveness attacking the basket. He has the same vertical as Malik Monk. They recorded at the combine, 42-inch vertical, which is absolutely ridiculous. Obviously, everybody's very aware of the hops that Malik has. I looked it up the other day, by the way, and Zach Lavine was, okay, so these numbers are weird, right, with vertical. But Zach Lavine's combine vertical was not great, but apparently in his own, I didn't see exactly where it was recorded. Somewhere he recorded a 46-inch vertical, which apparently is top 5 all time and matches him with whatever they were using to record Wilt Chamberlain's vertical, and I don't know that I'm buying a 46-inch vertical from a 7-footer.
Is this like Babe Ruth hitting a 580-foot homer?
Exactly. So, or, a 100-point game if we want to throw that in there. But yes, funny. Definitely Devin Carter is able to get up. You see the confidence, you see the athleticism, and just kind of the versatile skill set. But I think starting to piece it all together as he's, maybe not even 20 games into his NBA career, starts to make you feel good about the selection that Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, and this Kings front office made. Is, maybe there was a little uncertainty of, hey, Dalton Connect's playing pretty good. Tristan Da Silva's playing pretty good. This Kel'el Ware guy in Miami is looking pretty solid. Devin Carter's coming into his own, and I think that's an encouraging thing for the Kings. But going to get to a break here, and on the other side, you're going to hear Sam Amick's conversation that he had with the morning show, diving into expansion possibilities, what's been going on with the Sacramento Kings, and a handful of other things. So stay tuned to hear that here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Well, it's the Ram Truck Month sales event, and I know that means discounts.
Right now, you can save up to $17,500 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4s. And we don't just have a few Rams. We have Northern California's biggest selection, with over 500 new Rams available.
It's a big city savings with the small-town customer service.
Exactly. When you shop at Hoblet, you become part of the family. Plus, we don't just have big savings on Ram trucks. We have almost 200 vehicles at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter and over 30 under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$17,500 total net savings after $10,500 factory rebates and $7,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include $2,000 Chrysler Capital bonus cash. Must finance through Chrysler Capital. $1,500 National Conquest dealer cash. Must currently own or lease a Ford, Chevy, or GMC brand vehicle. And $500 on-the-job upfit. Must show $500 plus eligible upfit. 5 of this net savings. Sample VIN 684-262. See dealer for details.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit KHTK.com.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
I feel so alone. I'm embarrassed to talk about it.
How can I help my kid if I can't help myself?
I can't remember when I wasn't stressed.
I don't want stress.
When you feel overwhelmed by your thoughts and emotions, it's okay to get help. You are not alone.
CalHope is here for you with free, safe, and confidential mental health resources for youth, young adults, families, and you. Find support now at calhope.org.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
The word "for" has been used in golf for centuries, and its origins can be traced to the Middle Ages. According to historians, the word "for" is derived from the Old English word meaning before or in front of. In those days, the term was used to warn people of incoming arrows during archery practice. Another theory suggests that "for" has military connections. During the 19th century, artillery officers would yell "for" to warn their troops of incoming shells. This practice may have carried over to golf. The most popular theory, however, is that "for" has Scottish roots. In Scotland, "for-caddy" was used to describe a person who walked ahead of the golfers to spot where their ball landed. The "for-caddy" would then yell "for" to warn the golfers if their ball was heading towards another golfer or a spectator. Today, "for" is used to warn golfers or spectators of an errant shot. Whether it's derived from the Middle Ages, military practice, or Scottish roots, "for" has become an integral part of the game of golf, and now you know why. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sit-Town Sports, 1140.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
The Celtics were valued at $6 billion. They sold at 6.1. By the way, your Sacramento Kings valued at 3.7. If I remember correctly, it's been a long time since expansion, but I'm pretty sure the NBA's expansion fee is generally the average valuation of a team plus a little bit. So I'm thinking, Sam, we're not talking $1 billion. We're talking more like $4 billion per team. I know you don't have clarity on that, but does that sound in the ballpark to you?
Your math eventually mathed.
Thank you.
But yeah, I don't have total clarity on it. And I mean, you do wonder if that number is somewhat accurate, if that's maybe why. I mean, have you guys noticed that yes, I generally agree with you that Vegas and Seattle are next in line, that the league and Adam Silver has suddenly started pivoting with their messaging where they keep kicking the can down the road.
Yeah.
For a while it was, well, when we get our TV rights or our streaming, contract done, then we will turn our attention to expansion. That happened. They did not immediately turn their attention to expansion. They haven't still, fielded formal offers from cities. You know what I mean? Like right. some of the finances that you are touching on, and I think the general question of do they make sense right now is partly why this is getting delayed a bit.
Yeah, because you're right, Sam. It felt like that was imminent in a sense, like once this other part got taken care of. You kind of touched on it, but are there other underlying factors? I don't know if it has to do with ratings or any other financials for the league. Like why else do you think it's maybe been a little bit put on the back burner?
Yeah, I mean, speculating a little bit, admittedly, I've gotten the sense that it's the money stuff, obviously, but it's, you kind of wonder, if it's competitively, they are enjoying this age of parity and for the most part, giving a big thumbs up to the fact that it's, whatever it is, 6 straight years with a new champion and so many fan bases engaged with the play-in. I think, like always, when it comes to expansion, the question of diluting talent and and kind of changing the competitive landscape is one that they certainly spend a lot of time looking at. But yeah, just by and large, and I don't even feel like we've media-wise pressed the issue that much with the league, but it's really kind of cut and dried. Like they said, like the second that deal was done, it was going to be all about expansion, and obviously something has compelled them to slow that roll a little bit.
Could it be? I mean, you hear the rumors of Mexico City.
Yep.
their forays into Europe, although logistically that seems difficult. Could that be a part of it too? That maybe, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, their shift went to Europe real quick.
Yeah.
You know, they obviously are looking at you know, being behind a partnership with the EuroLeague, and it's not obviously an expansion of the NBA. It's a different thing, but it's expanding their footprint, and it's doing it in a way that wouldn't impact the NBA product, wouldn't require the stuff that we're talking about with expansion. So yeah, it's not. I'm not by any means saying that expansion is off the table, or even, you know, still not unofficially happening within the next decade, 5 years. It's just more, yes, they have started to prioritize other endeavors globally that I do think the Mexico City one, you know, they just had another game there not too long ago. They love that market. Adam has always been, you know, very focused on that market as a way to, he wants to go global, and obviously, you know, doing that in Europe is a whole lot tougher than it is on this continent. So just a lot of balls in the air.
Yeah, based on that, it seems like Mexico City, again, I don't know if easier is, well, I guess that is the term. Like, wouldn't that just make more sense if that's what they wanted to do? But that doesn't quite hit, you know, obviously Europe at all. But I think that logistically seems to make a lot more sense.
Yeah, it does. It's, you know, that's one of the few places in terms of like NBA targets that I haven't been. But my colleague and buddy, Joe Varden has been to Mexico City quite a few times. And I remember his latest story, you know, he shared a lot of detail from their regular season game there about the lay of the land as far as like where people with means lived in relation to the arena, and then how it, you know, on that particular day, it took over an hour, I think it was, to get there. Because in terms of the city itself, you know, the venue wasn't right where it was like the safest. So, you know, you have stuff that just doesn't, that comes into play that is, you know, I think part of the reason it hasn't happened, but they've had a G League team down there for a while. Certainly questions about players and how they would feel about living in Mexico City. But yeah, they've looked at it for years.
Here's why I think there's absolutely no chance in hell Mexico City ever happens. And there's a number of things you just mentioned, but you know what doesn't get mentioned enough? It's incredibly simplistic, but Denver is 5,280 feet in the air, and we always hear about the home court advantage Denver has because, you know, athletes come in there and they have trouble breathing. Yeah, Mexico City is 2,000 feet higher than Denver. I mean, I'm just saying, I can't imagine a situation where, I guess in this case, 31 other teams with expansion would be cool with rolling into Mexico City and basically having an asthma attack for 48 minutes trying to play basketball. I know that's really simplistic, but dude, that is beyond a home court advantage.
No, for sure. Although surprisingly, I don't feel like I've heard that complaint, you know, really. I mean, it's one of those complaints that would certainly be there if it happened, but I don't think I agree, Dave, that it's an obstacle, as crazy as that sounds, because I couldn't agree more. It's when I, you know, admittedly, because I hadn't been there and I was a little dense on that fact, when I learned that, you know, a couple of years back, it was obviously kind of had you shaking your head, like, you know, I mean, the Nuggets use, as you know, the altitude as a marketing ploy. It's 5280. It's on the court. You walk into the arena, but the whole premise and their framing is that, you know, this is a major edge for us. So yeah, taking that up, not to go down the math road again, but, you know, 25, 30%, that would be quite the game changer.
Sam Amick joining us. Sam, I do want to talk to you about, ask a few things at least about the Kings, the up and down nature. I mean, this isn't new. This, you know, what they did the last 2 days is kind of a snapshot of the season. They've got some really good wins. They've got the head scratching losses. I guess this is who they are, but when you kind of look at them and you see the ability to do what they did to Cleveland, but also that same equal ability to lose to some of these other teams, what's your, I guess, best explanation for that?
Yeah, explain it, Sam.
Yeah, in detail.
Yeah, I mean, I'm peeking. Anybody on YouTube can see me looking elsewhere. I'm peeking at the standings just to see the latest here.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they're not in the clear by any means from a play-in sense yet. You know, it seems close. How many games they have left? Like 11?
Down to 12 or something.
Yeah,
13?
they're 35. They've played 69.
So 13.
So yeah, 13.
13. More math. Good job, Dave.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the other night, no Lavine. The Cleveland, I mean, given the Cavs their third straight loss, I was at that game. I don't know how to put my finger on it other than the Kings are not the most complicated team. That's not even a criticism, but offensively, you know, especially when they have Lavine, you're talking about so much, you know, dynamic scoring on the wings, but not always in the same sort of systematic way that they had in the past when you had, you know, Domas and Fox, you know, high pick and rolls, you know, spraying the ball, that type of thing. This is a different look. And, you know, it is sometimes, I think, falls a little too prey, if that makes sense, to who's hot and who's not. And Lavine has a bad night, you know, against his old team. Kevin Huerter gets hot in his reunion game, and that's kind of it. You know, the other night, Malik Monk against Cleveland is dynamic and doing good things, but it's just a little bit more about, you know, the hot hand on a consistent basis than it is, you know, kind of the offensive identity in the attack, if that makes sense.
Well, that's something we've been discussing, and I think if anybody had the answer, they'd be working for the team right now. We're all guessing, but I've kind of stuck with this idea that they're a good fantasy basketball team. I keep going back to that. They have at each position great talent, but the problem is the fit. And we've noticed that, you know, the Cavs game, they didn't have Lavine, and they won. The Memphis game, they entirely won that game at the end of the first quarter when they went on this crazy run, and that was with DeMar DeRozan playing and Lavine on the bench. And I think the same thing would have happened if DeRozan was on the bench and Lavine was playing. I'm just not entirely sure that long-term Lavine and DeRozan can share the floor and see success.
And I'm not even trying to be sarcastic, but it's very rare in this league when a team already has the kind of data that the Kings already have, meaning that, you know, those guys did this in Chicago for years. Like, we know what it looks like. And, you know, and it was fine, but it wasn't contending basketball. And, you know, those Bulls teams obviously went beyond DeMar and Zach, but they were, you know, the biggest pieces of that pie. And these same questions got asked in Chicago. You know, fans had the same mixed emotions because for what it's worth, they're both good guys. They're both fun to watch. They're both, you know, insanely talented. DeMar getting to 25,000 points is incredible, especially for a guy that doesn't really shoot threes as much as, you know, folks of this era. But yeah, like, we've seen this before. We know the imperfect fit that comes with those two guys.
You know, Sam, you said you're at the game the other night, the Cleveland game, and I think that one in particular was probably the best we've seen. Kings rookie Devin Carter, who, you know, there's been more starts and stops with him, obviously with the injury that didn't get his career started the way he wanted to, but maybe playing finally a little bit better. You know, obviously he's not in any kind of rookie of the year talk or anything like that. That's not the suggestion here, but just as you've seen him develop a little bit, what do you see from him now, and where do you think that ceiling could be for him?
Yeah, I mean, that was, you know, I don't think I'm off saying this, you know, his best game of the year. And the type of thing that this time of year is, I think, great for a team that is still trying to figure out its long-term future. It's pretty important to have a guy like that actually make a mark. You know, a two-way player. That dunk that he had showed some of that athleticism. I think it was over Dean Wade. But, you know, yeah, good stuff. He's young, and I don't know who they're working with him or who's working with him in terms of his shot. You know, he just has some jumpers that make you just shake your head a bit. Like, you know, so I don't know, you know, shooting coach wise, there's a lot of room for progress there, I'll say. But that's a guy that if you go to the first half of the year, you know, when he was dealing with his injury and the Kings were dealing with all kinds of other stuff that didn't go their way, you know, that was one of the marks against them was like, did they know how bad the injury was? You can't be missing on a pick that high, at this stage for the franchise. And so all in all, to have progress and have it swing back in a positive direction, I think is a pretty big deal for him and them if they can keep the momentum going there.
Sam Amick joining us, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Check out The Athletic, both at theathletic.com and, of course, the app, which is the best place to not just curate your feed with your favorite authors and your favorite teams, but also get it in a very, very nice layout. No ads, nothing like that. Sam, you asked about the standings, and the Kings 35 and 34. They are 2.5 ahead of the Suns. They are also 2.5 ahead of the Mavericks. The difference there is the Suns have won 2 in a row, including a game a few games ago where they beat Sacramento. The Mavericks have lost 4 in a row. The Mavericks have lost 9 of 10. I've used this analogy before, Sam. You're in our age group. Do you remember the movie Brewster's Millions with Richard Pryor?
I remember of it. I don't remember it.
The whole thing was his long lost uncle gave him $30 million as an inheritance. He was just he was a hanger on minor league pitcher. The catch was he could either take it and go, or he had to spend $30 million in 30 days. He couldn't tell anybody about it. He had to blow $30 million in 30 days, and he'd get $300 million. My point is this: if you purposely were trying to completely tank a team and fan base, I'm not sure Dallas could have done any better than what Nico Harrison and that group have done, not just on purpose, but also the bad luck that has gone with it. And now you have guys like Mark Cuban and Dirk Nowitzki, foundations of the franchise, making remarks outside to the media that aren't that great. I'm going to ask you what the situation is in Dallas. It's obviously crap, but what's your read on that whole thing?
It's crazy because I hear you, but I would remind you, and I don't remember who their opponent was, that if you talk about just this version of the Mavericks being competitive and being title contenders, potentially, what's crazy is that they got like 3 quarters with Anthony Davis and Kyrie and Klay Thompson and that group before AD got hurt after the trade. And they were dynamic. AD looked great. I obviously strongly, like so many others, disagree with the decision that was the trade. But to your point, the luck, the bad luck is what has taken this thing to just a whole different level, because the AD injury, the Kyrie injury, everything from there, because it was already such a short-term prospect. It was an internal decision that we don't trust Luka anymore. And, their owner, Patrick Dumont, talked about this last week. He highlighted the trade deadline a year ago. And the way I heard his comments was he was almost acting like, yeah, Luka helped us get to the finals a little bit. But if you remember, we weren't really contenders until the trade deadline when we added defensive players in PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford. His mentality seemed to be that that's when he was convinced, with his GM, Nico Harrison, telling him this, that we need an all the way in defensive identity. And that's what they did. And obviously it was a foolhardy decision that of all time. Because now, we all know AD's not Mr. Availability. They're going to have to pay him down the road. So it's going down an awful road, but it's crazy how you had this little sliver at the start where I could see that they thought they were going to be really good right now.
Well, and that's, Sam, just to follow up, that's my big problem with it. I think that's a lot of people's big problems. It's, first off, I can see, if I tilt my head and squint, I can see their logic. Okay, you don't want to deal with Luka Doncic anymore. You want off that train. Okay, I may not agree with it, but I can at least understand it and acknowledge I don't know the inside story like they do. But you mentioned luck, and yes, Kyrie Irving was bad luck. Here's the thing about Anthony Davis, though. It's like if I If I put on a bunch of Michigan gear and I go to Columbus, Ohio, during Ohio State, Michigan week, and I walk around at the bars at 1 a.m., at some point, somebody's probably going to take a swing at me. It doesn't make it right, but I also kind of created my own luck there. They traded for a guy whose nickname is literally street clothes, and shockingly, he got injured, which isn't fair, but it is what happened, and it's not like it wasn't semi-predictable. My main thing, Sam, and I think everybody else's is, dude, you have a piece like Luka Doncic, which is arguably the most valuable player traded in his prime in a generation or two, and you did a secret squirrel dance with Nico Harrison with maybe we hear a whisper to Minnesota about Anthony Edwards. How the hell do you not basically say bidding's open and take the best deal? That's my big problem with what Nico did.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to argue with you, buddy. I mean, there's a picture, I don't know what year, where it's Kobe Bryant with Nico Harrison in the background, and AD, a young AD, is in the picture as well. Now, Nico, for anybody listening who doesn't know, was a high-ranking Nike executive before this job, and I've written this, and again, I'm big on, like, I enjoy explaining situations to people, not like endorsing them, just helping you understand why.
Nailed the Steph Curry presentation with Nike too, by the way.
Yes. And the reality is that Nico has a pretty limited kind of basketball worldview, I think, that is shaped by his Nike experience, where he's got his guys, and it does feel and appear, and there's a lot of people who believe this, that this is like, a lot of this is just the interpersonal dynamics. He and AD, going back to those days of Kobe and Nike and everything, he and AD are very close. He thinks, kind of in a vacuum, he might think that AD is a better player than Luka. So he went after AD. There's a lot of chatter that he's going to go after KD this summer, another Nike guy with Kevin Durant, and just go for the known commodity, early 30s, NBA superstar team is what he is after.
Sure.
And again, we've recapped all this in the past, but like Luka, meanwhile, was not kind of in lockstep with the organization in terms of his habits on and off the court. Culturally, they felt like their priorities were different. They obviously wanted a defensive identity, all those things. So yeah, I mean, they did it. It's crazy. We've never had a trade like this where, I mean, what is it, like 7 weeks now?
Yeah.
And we're still dissecting it with our hands in the air. Like, what the hell? Like
we've been doing that for years. Dude.
You're right. Well, on the premise of what you said, Sam, like just kind of the logic behind it is like, look, what they saw for AD, the half that he was healthy, looked really good. But let's just imagine, and he's working out, maybe coming back, if they get that glimpse. So let's just kind of picture that version of the Mavs before this season wraps up, and the current version of the Suns. Those are the likely teams the Kings would face in this 9-10 scenario. What do you think would be a better option for the Kings? What we see now with the Suns on a night-to-night basis, or that potential of the Mavs?
No, I would personally go for the potential of the Mavs. No question.
As a better matchup, or?
Yeah, better matchup.
Okay.
Better matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, now I'm cheating looking at the Suns. I mean, they've won 3 out of 4.
Look at their next 10, though. Is brutal who they play.
Well, right. But matchup wise, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, because the Mavericks are going to have to play like 3 guys in the playoffs, apparently. Like
the Suns probably beat the Kings. That's my take.
Yeah. Okay. But even if it's like Gafford's back and Lively and AD with Clay, with Din, I mean, they're still hurt, but I wonder about that version of that team.
Well, what are the timelines there? I should know these things, Jay. I'm being linked here.
I just know that AD's kind of been working out again, or back, like doing some practices with I don't know if he's coming back there. They might even be talking, is that the best for the team to do?
Yeah, that's the thing, is I have not been under the impression that they were going to be fully healthy. If you're talking about that fully healthy version, then Dallas is a better team.
Yeah.
I don't anticipate that happening. I mean, I do actually, again, I go back to that opening thing. If Kyrie doesn't get hurt, if AD doesn't get hurt, like, I actually think it could have been a crazy storyline, because after all the criticism they took on the Luka trade, I could have seen Dallas making a very deep playoff run. That's not going to happen now. I don't think it's in their best interest to bring AD back. So yeah, I mean, the Kings should hope they see Dallas in that play-in.
Yeah. Guys, let's just be honest. The most likely scenario that they're going to slip to 10. They'll beat Phoenix. They'll beat the Clippers, and then take the Thunder out in 3, and then
and
then lose in the second round. That's just who the hell this team is. Sam,
game series now.
Yeah, exactly. Take them out. Remember,
They're
Smash,
that good.
They are that free. Oklahoma will just they'll throw their hands up. Sam, appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Love it. Thank you, boys.
All right,
have a great day.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with two people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary, not guaranteed.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Tom's Watch Bar has the best happy hour in Sacramento, starting with $5 specials all day, every day. Plus select $7 appetizers and $12 entrees. With 360-degree viewing and game day vibes that match being at the game. Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for sports fans.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Explore unbeatable lease offers at Folsom Buick GMC. Lease the 2024 GMC Hummer EV SUV for just $699 per month, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 for only $469 per month, or the 2024 GMC Sierra Crew Cab Pro for just $219 per month. Plus, enjoy a 20-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty with any new vehicle purchase. Check dealer for exclusions and receive a Starbucks gift card when you visit our store. Visit Folsom Buick GMC today. See dealer for complete details.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Service is their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door. 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interest first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Huge savings now on new 2025 Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter.
Save $11,000 off MSRP after rebate every new Silverado LT Turbo Max with Maida Chevy's exclusive all-in-stock pricing. And Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area. $11,000 off new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing some of the rough.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Brenden Nunes filling in for Allen Stiles here, taking you up to 2 p.m. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass. You just heard Sam Amick's segment from this morning with Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Talked a little bit about expansion in the NBA and potential of that happening in the coming years. I want to dive into if that were to happen this offseason, which it won't. It won't happen this offseason, but just for the sake of the exercise, who would you protect if you were the Sacramento Kings? If you don't know, you get to protect about we don't know the exact number. The WNBA did 6. We would imagine that the NBA would do more in the case of expansion, 7 to 8 players.
NBA did 8 in 2004.
There you go. So we'll list 7 to 8 players that you think you would protect. And to do that with us and talk about a couple other things, going to be joining us for the next hour here, Chris Watkins. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man? How you feeling?
I'm doing well. I was just actually checking the standings of all my brackets, and as everyone keeps talking about here is the Jason Ross bracket. There's 264 people, or at least placements, like you can be in 264th place, sitting at 253. So
250 out of 260?
Yeah, let's just not. As long as we're not talking about what's going on with the brackets, which
you're talking about.
I think everybody collectively would if I remember correctly, being on air during the tournament, nobody really enjoys talking about the brackets and the tournaments or your specific ones.
Seer of seers, prognosticator of prognosticators.
What is that?
That is a good question.
What was that?
Kyle?
It was a drop from the movie Groundhog Day.
I've seen that.
Definitely seen it.
I've seen that.
Have you actually seen it?
Yeah, I had to watch it. It's like one of those
Yeah,
where
me too,
they
me
wheel
too.
in the TV at school, and I probably had to see it like 3 times
VHS?
via that.
Yeah.
probably if I had to guess.
Yeah.
You know about VHS?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I had the orange Rugrats VHS.
Oh yeah,
You know what
okay,
I'm talking about?
absolutely know what you're talking about.
What's a
100%.
VHS?
Yeah, this
Kyle?
guy back here.
How old are you,
has no
Kyle?
idea.
That was a joke, but I'm 23.
Okay.
I'm not that.
Child of Blu-ray back
Close.
here.
A Blu-ray
He's a
child
Blu-ray
is
kid,
crazy.
not a DVD.
You're the one person at the station where I make those jokes and it doesn't actually work.
That is fair. That is fair. Blu-ray. I remember when Blu-ray came out and like putting them side by side. My stepmom actually, it was Avatar was the one that it like really came out on, right?
Sure.
And my stepmom put on the normal movie and we thought we were watching Blu-ray. She like tricked us, and the whole time I'm like, dude, this looks so good. And she's like, it was the normal movie. Damn.
There was a point where people were buying PlayStation 3s because PlayStation 3s had Blu-ray capability, and they were pretty much the same price as a Blu-ray player. Like Blu-ray players were like $400 and PlayStations were like $500. And so it was like, why not just get the gaming device for an extra $100? And random.
I forgot Blu-ray
I
was
that
ever
with
a
TV
thing.
as well.
Yeah.
Now you can get TV,
which Blu-ray just doesn't exist anymore.
It's just not that important. I mean, Blu-ray is probably like 1080p
4K
or something.
or something
It's definitely
now.
not 4K.
Yeah.
Like 4K is
Fair enough.
There you go.
Well,
So
you can watch the
expansion
Kings.
draft
You
and,
can watch the Kings in
Blu-ray.
all different 480,
Blu-ray
360.
does still exist.
There you go.
Wow. What do you know?
I'm guessing probably other countries. It probably sells better than America.
Absolutely. Yeah, need something to be able to watch these Kings games, you know. And not the greatest performances recently, but as we continue down this expansion draft hypothetical, just going through who you would consider keeping if you were the Sacramento Kings. And I think that there's easy ones, right? Anybody in the starting lineup that you wouldn't keep, like Zach Lavine. I mean, is there?
I mean, honestly, there's
there?
definitely some gamesmanship for sure where it's like, if you want to take that
I
contract,
dare you.
like,
I dare you. Yeah.
Just because you don't protect a player also doesn't mean they're going to get selected. So, like, I think it would probably be a good idea and an easy way to get off of that contract for sure. I don't know how the NBA would compensate that in terms of salary cap. Like, does that just disappear from your cap or how that works? But if we're doing the exercise, like, I would not keep.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. I would think I was looking at Zach's contract yesterday, and it's $45 million next year, and then he has a player option for $47, if I'm not mistaken. So after this season, you're pretty much locked in for 2 years, $80 million, and I think it's not terrible. Again, I was looking at kind of where it all stacks up. I think Zach is this season tied for 35th in terms of largest contract in the NBA. You could argue this season he's been a top 35 talent with how he scored in general, not necessarily obviously like the results of Chicago and the results that have been here in Sacramento, but in general, like the dude has shot the lights out. And I think as an individual performer, he's probably lived up near like that. It's not as big of an albatross contract in that terms, I think in terms of what people have kind of framed him as. But in terms of this exercise, I would probably leave that up for this new expansion team to kind of decide on.
That's kind of crazy. 47.5 million next year, and then the year
It's
after,
not great. Yeah, I mean, it also
$49
depends.
million player option, 26-27.
That's what 2 years, 96.
Yeah,
it ultimately would also is an exercise in like if you think that you could trade that contract, because it's again like if you think you could trade that contract, then you keep it and you say I'm not just going to give up this asset for nothing. But if you view it as, hey, here's a pretty clear opportunity to get out from under this and pretty much just wipe it from our books like an amnesty contract. Like, if we're doing the exercise, I'm going to do the exercise.
No, that's totally fair. And I think that this is part of the reason we have this conversation. I would say that I don't think that you're factoring this in, which is fair and probably shouldn't factor in, but I think it does. Just the optics of it. Like, you just traded this guy for this guy. You just traded your best player for this guy.
Yeah.
He is your best player now.
It would probably
I think
also
you would
hurt
say.
his feelings.
That actually does matter in this, for what it's worth.
They wouldn't. It's a conversation of if they would do it versus if they should do it.
That's fair. That's fair. Then, so I guess we'll say we'll keep Zach just because we think they would. We'll go, but we can do both.
Okay.
We can do both, right?
Yeah.
We think they would.
Yes.
We'll say we'll go with your list and what we think their list would be. All right. So we're saying yes to Zach for them, no for you in who you would protect in the case of an expansion draft. Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, for sure.
Easy, yes.
I mean, is it easy? I mean,
the contract situation again.
But again, you're not
$40.5 million. He's just starting this year a 4-year 186.
I think you could have run the same exercise, but I think ultimately you would probably run more so to the conclusion that he helps your actual on the floor team as much, and you could whereas Zach, you're not sure you can get another trade, because I was explaining it to somebody yesterday, like, let's not forget that the Bulls, in exchange for Zach Lavine, got Kevin Huerter. Like, Zach Lavine was not really a part of the De'Aaron Fox trade. Like, it was kind of just first. You got a first. Yeah, you did get a first for sure, but it was not a big hole to get rid of. So, like, and the Kings were, Zach Lavine's been hyper available. I don't know. Yeah, I think you could run the same exercise with Domas, but I think more so it leads to, keep him in worst case scenario, you can figure out some sort of move for him if you're not happy long term.
Yeah, it's funny. When I thought of this exercise, I did not think we were going to be debating the top of the roster, but that makes sense. No, it does make a lot of sense for sure. DeMar DeRozan, I think somebody that you can have a similar conversation with. 3 years, $74 essentially $1 million deal he just signed. That's $24.7 million next year and $25.7 in the year after, even though only $10 million of that is guaranteed in that season.
It's a player option, right?
It is not actually. It's just a non-guarantee or a partial guarantee on the third year of that DeRozan deal. But I don't know. This might be the one that I would most have that conversation that you were floating around with Zach and Domas of. Are we going to keep this guy around anyway? I mean, DeMar's the one I look at and think that they're going to try to trade this offseason, which actually maybe is a counter to my argument.
Exactly. I would say that you should feel like you could get something for DeMar. And so for that reason, if you don't want to, like, if you are giving somebody from my understanding, to this expansion draft, it's just like that you're essentially just cutting them.
Right. So you're saying no to Zach Lavine.
Correct.
Did you? But we're saying the org we think would say yes.
Yes, correct.
Domas.
I think it's a double yes there.
Okay. Yes for the Oregon. For you, DeMar, double yes.
I think so.
Malik Monk, this feels like an easy yes, right?
Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah. Just starting a 4-year, $78 million deal. Definitely. Yeah, that's a good contract. That's an easy yes. And he's just starting a 4-year deal.
100%.
Jonas Valanciunas, I think also an easy yes.
Should be.
It's great. Just starting a 3-year, $30.3 million deal.
$10 million a year, easy.
That's great. And especially if you're like unsure about what's going to be the future with Domas, you're going to have Jonas there.
Yeah, we've seen the value already.
So we're at 5. And I'm going by salary, by the way, which is why I skipped over Keegan Murray, who we can get to now.
Yep.
I think probably the easiest yes on the roster.
I think you have to.
Yeah, absolutely. You got team control. He's going into year 3. Can extend him this offseason, or he reaches unrestricted free agency after the end of next season. All that team control. Pretty young, definitely have to keep him there. It was just a lottery pick. Trey Lyles, I think that's a no-go.
That's a no.
That's a no-go for me.
Trey's like a perfect
expansion
player.
He is. He's also expiring, so he wouldn't even technically
be
eligible, part of this conversation. What are we at right now? We are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players that we think the org is keeping. 5 that you would keep, with Zach Lavine being the difference.
Yeah. So right now we're at the starting 5.
Starting 5 plus Jonas Valanciunas.
Gotcha.
We said no to Trey Lyles. Devin Carter.
I think ultimately, so now we can pretty much just dwindle this conversation because we're doing 7 protected players.
Right. So if we are at 6.
Keon versus Devin Carter.
Yes. Keon, Devin Carter. There's Jake LaRavia.
Sure, but there's
going into free agency. That's it, really. Actually, you're right. It is Devin Carter versus Keon Ellis.
Well, and that's more so the conversation. I mean, I think everyone would probably say Keon, but that's more, Keon's contract situation. You could make an argument that, we just haven't seen enough of Devin Carter to do it confidently, but it would be in a way of like doubling down on the draft pick itself. If it's kind of in the same way we talked about it with Zach, like it's an opportunity maybe to say like maybe we should get out of this draft pick and not invest more time into, if we don't feel like Devin Carter's the future point guard of this team, like here's an opportunity to, even optic wise, to kind of say like, oh, we had to pick one and we've really seen Keon. But yeah, I mean,
I
think if you have to pick between the two, I think
Devin Carter has the
team
more
control.
years of team control. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, with Keon, he's got one more year left
Keon,
on his deal.
If
UFA after 26.
Yeah, or if they decline the club option, he could go into restricted free agency this offseason
And then
if they decided to go in that direction. Yeah, which is a tricky game because, I mean, you don't want somebody else to set the market necessarily, but a situation that they kind of got to figure out there. I think that for that reason, I think I go Devin Carter there because of the team control. He's in year one.
Yeah.
You can have him for like 7 years if you really want. But if you don't have, it depends how they feel about Devin Carter, really. And I think the conversation could even come back to the guy that you left off, but we think the Orc would keep in Zach Lavine. Like, there's a real conversation about would you rather keep Zach Lavine available or Keon Ellis available, which I feel crazy even saying that.
Yeah.
But who would be more likely to get picked up by another team?
Obviously,
you know what I mean?
I mean, yeah.
I think Keon would get picked up, no question.
Yeah, no question.
And Zach, like, I mean,
that's
I think so. I could definitely see someone picking up Zach though, because like if you're like, hey, we just need
want
to
hit the ground running.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I mean,
and
we
like,
want to have
you
a
get
marketable
to form the team around,
especially if we're talking about like a Vegas franchise. I mean, if we're talking about a Seattle
I didn't even
franchise,
think
come
about
on,
that.
like what are we talking about?
Seattle would be
Zach Lavine, hometown hero.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, there's definitely a conversation. There's, who knows? Maybe there's backroom deals where Zach Lavine. I mean, Zach Lavine's really the perfect test case for this because you have Las Vegas, who a lot of people have rumored is going to be a LeBron James owned franchise. Right. LeBron James,
Clutch,
a lot of ties with Clutch, and Clutch is probably going to be the front facing entity that has to buy the team because unless it's going to be the Fenway group that I know LeBron's a part of with his ownership groups, but
I didn't even think about that. There's no way Clutch could be part of ownership.
So they kind of have to wash it a little bit. And Zach Lavine, Clutch client, that would be a perfect opportunity. Zach can be marketed in the Vegas market, all that stuff. Or like we just laid out, Seattle, maybe Zach, I'm saying all that to say, maybe even Zach has a conversation with the team in this completely hypothetical situation. And, who knows? I mean, it would be we haven't seen. When was the last expansion draft? That was
2004
the Bobcats. So, I mean, we haven't seen anything like this in the quote unquote player empowerment era. Who knows how that would impact how any of this goes.
Yeah. And, I mean, you only need the one number one guy if you're calling Zach that, or if you feel like he could be a number two. But like if other teams do the same thing, maybe the expansion teams are deciding, hey, I'd rather go in this direction.
Sure.
Could you imagine a Zach Lavine, Bradley Beal, Nikola Vucevic expansion team?
I don't think the expansion team would have
Bradley Beal. That would have to be the Vegas team. No other team would have that kind of financial.
It's true. The Vegas team is coming in right away and being like, we want to win. We need to win now.
We want all the bad contracts.
Yep. All of them. Yep, all of them. So, Chris, you would go Keon over Lavine.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Just for the fun of the
So your list of who you would protect in an expansion draft: Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, Jonas Valanciunas, Devin Carter, Keon Ellis.
Yes.
I think if it was them, they would do the same except Zach Lavine instead of Keon Ellis. I think that Keon Ellis would remain available. Or Devin Carter, depending on how they feel about that team control.
Right.
I mean, there is a world where one of Zach Lavine, Domantas Sabonis, or DeMar DeRozan is the player that they would ultimately end up deciding to leave out and keeping Keon. But I think so much of this has to do with team control. And Keon sure they're gonna have his bird rights if he reaches unrestricted free agency or he's restricted. They do have some sense of control there. But it's about how much money you're spending in general that makes it tough to calculate exactly how Keon is going to be kept around when, we know pretty well this team does not want to go into sort of luxury tax situations. So fun little exercise, as there's been talk for honestly years now that Vegas and Seattle are going to end up with the next expansion teams. Don't think that's going to happen this offseason. I would bet a lot of money that is not going to happen this offseason. Maybe the announcement of it happening in the future, but I don't think that we're reaching a point where, the exercise we just did is something that the Kings are going to be dealing with in the near future necessarily, but fun to kind of consider an exercise to, just look at the value of the different players that are currently on this roster. But those guys had a interesting back-to-back recently where they took down the league best Cleveland Cavaliers and then fell to the Chicago Bulls. Going to try to make sense of this Jekyll and Hyde performance that we see from the Kings all too often with Chris Watkins here after we get back from break here. Brenden Nunes filling in for Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Fest and State Barbecue Championship is on Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Grape Festival grounds. There will be something for everyone. Craft beers from over 50 breweries, live music, outrageous food, games, plus taste barbecue from world-class barbecue teams. For tickets and more information, go to grapefestival.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend. The Lodi Beer Fest, where great brews meet legendary cues. Saturday, April 26th in Lodi.
You know the old early bird and worm thing? Well, here's an early bird special and Bonnie's lowest price of the year. Imagine an entire new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as, ready, $11,789. Take advantage of that. $11,789. Hurry though, this is a limited offer and ends April 15th. The sooner you act, the sooner you save. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry, from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigioJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit, with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigioJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
It's your lucky day. During the month of March, Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics are saving you some green by offering $250 off braces or Invisalign. To schedule a consultation, go to kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com, where you'll find a location near you.
Online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all grills are created equal. When buying a new grill, every detail matters. For March, grab a $149 gift with purchase of every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill, including a pizza lover starter kit and much more. More March savings include up to $79 off Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium stainless steel that boasts quality. See how Napoleon will help you achieve the perfect grilling experience. Visit Green Acres Nursery today with your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Advanced Infusion Center, where we prioritize your comfort and well-being. Whether you're managing a chronic condition or seeking specialized IV therapy, our state-of-the-art center offers tailored solutions to meet your needs. Advanced Infusion Center's dedicated healthcare professionals are here to ensure your safety and provide personalized care. Conveniently located in Sacramento and Yuba City with flexible scheduling options. Experience a new standard in infusion therapy. Visit Advanced Infusion Center today at advancedinfusion.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, it's Ram Truck Month. The sales event's going on right now, and I know that means heavy discounts.
It's not just a discount. It's big discounts on hard-to-find Ram heavy duties. Right now, save up to $16,000 off MSRP on remaining new 2024 Ram 2500 and 3500 heavy duties. When you need a hard-to-find truck, Hoblet has it, with over 500 new Rams available.
Just one of the many reasons Hoblet always ranks as one of the biggest and best Ram dealers in all of America.
And we are proud of that. But we don't just sell Rams. You have to check out the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter with 200 vehicles available and 30 under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$16,000 total net savings after $71.29 factor rebates and $88.71 dealer discounts. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders and $66.29 West BC standalone 10% below MSRP. 5 vehicles with this net savings. Sample VIN 316786. Not everyone will qualify for all rebates. See dealer for details.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. You know, those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel. The PGA Club Fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Brenden Nunes filling in for Allen Stiles here, taking you up to 2 p.m. We got Kyle Ledbetter here behind the glass. Chris Watkins joining us in studio one day after the Sacramento Kings had a disappointing loss to the Chicago Bulls. That was the second night of a back-to-back, where the night prior they took out the Cleveland Cavaliers, handing them their 13th loss of the season. They were 56-12 coming into the game. And the Kings were 34-33. They were one game above 500. And you win that game. No Domantas Sabonis. No Zach Lavine. Domas does not come back, obviously, in that next game against the Bulls while he's dealing with an injury, an ankle injury. But then you have Zach Lavine return for that game, and first game against his former team. Same thing could be said for Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter, 25 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, 1 block. What the heck? Zach Lavine, meanwhile, 8 points on 2 of 9 shooting and 5 assists. Chris, what did you make of just the back-to-back performances? And I guess it feeling very Kangs, you know. Allen asked me yesterday, I think you were on with him as well, but he asked me going into the game, are you worried about the Kings doing the Kings thing? And I'm like, you just called it the Kings thing. How could I not be worried about them doing the thing? And they did the thing, Chris.
Yeah. Kevin John, good friend of all of ours, asked me before the game, like, what do you expect? And I was like, there's something I hope for, but what I expect is for this team to make this game as difficult as possible. And I don't know if I really expected, what happened to happen for Kevin Huerter to kind of be the one to put the nail in the coffin. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of, I think, a good synopsis of, I don't really think this team specifically, because I wouldn't say, in the past you've coined the good enough to win on any night, bad enough to lose on any night. Like, I don't necessarily think that this team is has that high of capabilities, but at the same time, they did it. Like they just beat the Cavs. So I guess it does kind of fit, but it's just, I don't know. Like, to me, it's a little bit of them showing us kind of who they are. Like, if somebody's showing you who they are, believe them. Like, I think the Kings, it would be nice. It would be really nice to ride those 2 wins and get a win that you should just get against the Bulls. And then, kind of start to show, hey, if you can beat one of OKC or Boston coming up next week, we can really start to talk about some things. Like, people like me can start to look really foolish because it's like, oh, you just, you think that they're this one note team, but they're showing you that there's more to them. And I just kind of think that they showed that, yeah, like they beat the Cavs. Good job. But, Doug used the example of, his kid showing him, oh, you messed up. You showed me you can clean your room. Now I expect it. It's like, part of being a good team is being a good team every night. And I think I told you this yesterday. It's as Doug was talking in the pregame, I kind of realized that this Kings team, or at least this version of the Kings team, has to play well to win. And I think that's a problem. Like, I think in the past, or not even in the past, just in general, good teams can win when they don't play well. Yeah. Like, we've seen it in the Beam team season was really a time where you would see, oh yeah, like they didn't really hit threes, but they actually kind of found a little bit of a different way to win. And it just feels like this current iteration of the squad, maybe it's because they're so new and they kind of need to fit into their roles because they don't really know how to play with each other yet. But to me, it just feels like if they don't execute the game plan, if they don't play how Doug or the team or the whatever, the coaching staff says they need to play, like, I just don't feel like they can scrap their way to a win. Like, I think in terms of, like, holding on and just kind of getting away with the victory, to me, it's got to be, the win against the Cavs was a great one. I don't want to downplay it at all. They earned it 100%, but I think that's how I feel like they get all of their wins is by 100% earning it. And the reality of the NBA is, like, sometimes if you're a really good team, like, you don't have to play your absolute best to win games.
Yeah, I think that's a great realization. Like you said, they have to be playing well in order to win games. And there's a few exceptions, I guess you could say. I mean, it helps. Like, I realize I'm thinking of, like, the Dallas game. And it's like, well, that is the
I just
Mavs.
told you, Dallas is
Mavs.
1-9 in their last 10 games. Like, they are in complete free fall since we saw that when we saw what happened. Like, Kyrie goes down, they are a completely different team after that. Like, they're about to not field a roster. Like they are completely down bad.
In this Bulls game, the Kings absolutely on fire from 3 early. Shoot, I mean, even just the first quarter, you end up going 11 of 17 from 3.
Crazy.
2 of 10 in the second quarter. In the third quarter, as I attempt to do math here, 1 of 3. 3 attempts?
3 attempts is insane.
3 attempts is nuts.
You're not going to hit Doug's 50 by taking 3.
You are not, even though they were on pace. Yeah. They were on pace, 27 at halftime.
It would literally take them 5 games to hit 53 pointers.
Actually.
At that pace.
At 3 a quarter. It would take 17 quarters.
Brenden, can we talk a little, not to take over, but can we talk a little bit about the question that you tried to ask yesterday, and then you kind of, it got thrown back in your face, maybe rightfully so, because essentially Doug got asked the same question or version, and I told you I don't think it was the same question. I think it was just he had the same answer to all three of the questions. It kind of all was rooted in the same thing, but just to fill everybody else in, like it was essentially, Doug talking about what went wrong. Like you asked essentially what you just laid out. Like, why was there so much in the first half? You just listed out 11 of 17 in the first quarter. You guys are shooting on pace for 53s at halftime. And then in the third quarter, you guys come out and take 3. And, it was a complete shift of perimeter. And then in the second half, they absolutely dominated in the paint, but they didn't take any perimeter shots. Just kind of, and Doug's answer was essentially, and I more so just want to get your guys' thoughts on his answer, and maybe we can just pull it in the next segment to give more context. But it just seemed to me like he was trying to say they were trying to do too much out there, but not in a selfish way. Like people were trying to use their superpowers to say, I know I can get this done myself, but in reality, I need you to have that same mindset, but just think I'm going to use my superpower to set up my teammate. And I don't know. I just kind of thought it was interesting how he was laying out. And then also, the great thing about basketball, there's only 5 guys on the floor at the same time. And so you can kind of easily figure out or try and figure out who is really the one being referenced there. And I look and, Keegan Murray takes 8 shots. I don't think he's talking about Keegan. Zach Lavine, we're talking about how few shots he takes. I don't think he's talking about Zach Lavine there. Maybe he's talking about Malik Monk. I would think Malik, but I feel like Malik had a similar. 34. He also had a similar answer to those questions in post game as well, to where he's saying, I think we're just, trying to do too much out there. I think, it's just kind of getting out of the flow of the offense and all those things. I don't want to point fingers, but I'm more getting at, like, is this a problem of maybe DeMar DeRozan trying to get too many shots off? And again, but I do agree with Doug almost like it's not really in a selfish way, but I don't really know how else it can be framed.
Yeah, I think that it is still like a free-flowing offense, and a lot of what Doug was saying is that, like, you have to maintain that flow in order for it to eventually reach Zach, or else Zach is just going to, sort of passively be there. And I think that, we've seen the same issue with Keegan throughout the year. We saw the same thing with De'Aaron throughout parts of the year. And it's interesting because, like, I feel like you can almost have this same conversation where if roles were reversed and Zach took 22 shots, DeMar took 9, we could have the same conversation. 100%. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just finding that balance that makes it tough. And it's like, sure, Malik was cooking. He had what in the first quarter?
He was incredible.
He went stupid. He had 15 points in the first quarter. He had 19 points at halftime.
Actually was pretty chill in the second, if I remember.
He
kind of really took a backseat after that.
Yeah. Second quarter only ends up with 4 points after 15 in that first half. And then, a 7-point fourth quarter, or a 7-point third quarter, and 8 more in the fourth. He ends up with 34 and 5 on the night. So, in instances where maybe like you expect Malik to get rolling a little bit, but not to that extent. And then Trey Lyles has a big second quarter, and it's like, it's easy to see how, all right, this was Malik's quarter. This was Trey's quarter, but then second half you come out and it's like, that's where what I was trying to ask was a little bit more about if there was an emphasis on getting into the paint essentially. And that's what took away from their 3-point shooting, because that was the big thing that stood out in this Cleveland game too. They shot absolutely ridiculously from 3, they being the Kings. They were 16 of 35 from 3. Right? 38 for the Cavs. So right there, 55% from the field for the Cavs.
In the Memphis game, actually, I'm looking at here. Kings shot 48% in the Memphis game. Memphis shot 43.
Yeah, which is crazy. But in this Cleveland game, mentioned the Kings 16 to 35 from 3. They get outscored 60 to 48 in the paint. In the Chicago game at halftime, 13 of 27 from 3 again for the Kings. They had 10 points in the paint at halftime, 5 of 9 attempts. The Bulls had 34. The Kings had 10. In this second half, or in this third quarter specifically, where I mentioned the Kings were 0 of 3 from 3, right? I said they took 9 attempts in the paint in that first half. They end up taking 11 in the third quarter by itself.
So, I mean, that to me sounds like a point of emphasis.
Exactly.
Right?
And that's
especially
what I'm
coming out
trying
of
to
the third
ask. But
quarter.
like you said, Doug's answer, I think, was overarching from the first two of which I didn't quite understand. Like as you're kind of going through there, it almost sounds somewhat similar, of like, I guess it's about maintaining the flow in everything mattering, right? We talked about it a little earlier before you came on of like the cut you make to the basket, you might not touch the ball at all.
You talked about that,
but that created the shot,
right?
You know what I mean? And like all those actions mattering, and the fact that when Malik brings the ball up the floor, he gets to choose what side of the floor he's going to. One side's going to have Zach, one side's going to have DeMar, and it's on Malik to make sure like I'm balancing this properly,
right?
And it's not just Malik. Domas is in that spot when he's out there. Jonas, Trey, all these guys. Devin even now, which I'm sure that's something he's going to have to learn as he goes here. But it almost brings me back to like, is there just too many cooks in the kitchen?
Yeah, and that also brought me to this is without Domantas Sabonis.
Right.
And not that
That's
Domas is any sort of like, hey, I need my 15 shots, but it's like that's another cook in the kitchen, and he's got the ball in his hands. And so, how it's just how many, I don't know. It just, these guys are pros, obviously, but it just seems like a lot to try and shuffle in your mind as, maybe the core of the issue is none of these guys, and it's not even that we don't have one, it's that none of these guys are natural playmakers for others at all. Like, except for Domas. Like Domas is definitely shows some natural instincts of, hey, getting guys involved, looking for back cuts, all those kind of things. But Malik is absolutely, and like don't mean it to demean their game at all, but like Malik's a bucket. Malik is looking to score. Malik, his entire life has been a bucket and looking to score. DeMar DeRozan, same thing. Zach Lavine, same thing. Like, I just think it gets a little bit tough when you have nobody out there who is thinking, man, there is nobody out here who's just thinking about the flow of everything.
Right. Not to, go full Celtics on people, but that big three had Rondo out there to be like, hey, let's make sure everybody
100%.
gets their shots.
100%.
I think that De'Aaron was pretty good at that, even though maybe sometimes to a fault where he's too passive in that first half specifically. So yeah, I mean, I think you're definitely seeing it. I think they're also trying to work Devin Carter into being that a little bit more.
Doug talked about that a bit.
Yeah, Doug has talked a lot about how his reps in Stockton were specifically of, hey, we want you to run the team, run this offense that obviously they also run in the G League with Stockton, and we want you to defend the best player out there. And there's a big difference between, Bryce McGowan's and Donovan Mitchell, obviously, and who you're defending out there. But I think Devin's done a pretty good job. What have your opinions been of, now that he's really broke his way into the rotation, seemingly like kind of had a coming out party these last handful of games? How have you felt about not only him when it comes to this season, but long-term outlook since he's, just in his rookie year here?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting as a continuation of what Doug was saying there. Like his next thing was like, we had him do that in Stockton, and his role here is to, in terms of like, because with Allen's always asked like, what is a point guard? Like especially in today's NBA, like what you can't say, DeMar DeRozan, how is he not a point guard, or why can't Keon Ellis play point guard? Why isn't Devin Carter a point guard? And I think it was interesting to hear Doug say like, Devin's job with our team, with the big club, is to get them into their sets. And I think it's interesting that, again, it's not, hey, we want Devin Carter to facilitate. We want Devin Carter to kind of, as he said in stock, and maybe the goal is down the line, we want him to be able to fully orchestrate everything and run the show. But that's the one thing that I, just from a continuation of his evaluation from being a prospect, I thought there would be more playmaking from Devin Carter, like natural point guard instincts, and haven't.
It's funny they put him in that role because that's not him in my mind. He was a combo guard coming out of Providence, and
I think the Derek White comp is the one that's the most ideal for him, 100%. And we've seen some of that for sure. Like I think the defense is definitely legit from day one. Like that's definitely a real NBA skill that, much like we saw with Davion Mitchell, like we just know he's going to be able to survive because he can do that. At the worst, like he can be a utility player that you throw out there for 15 minutes and you can be a good team that has Devin Carter as part of your rotation. The offense is going to be the one thing that's just going to be the thing, right? Yeah. Like how consistent is the shot going to be? We've seen the bads of the perimeter shot. We've seen the really bads of the free throw shot. We've also seen some pretty goods of the perimeter shot too. Like, not to use Stockton as like a prime example, but he went crazy in those games that we saw at Golden One Center, and even some games that he's played just for the Stockton Kings, since even joining the Kings after missing the start of the season with his injury. Like he's really put up some perimeter jumpers out in Stockton, and he's made it at a pretty efficient clip. We've seen him have the capability of hitting the three at the NBA as well, but I don't know how consistent it is. And everybody as a draft evaluator always uses free throw percentage as a true indicator of how your perimeter shot's going to develop. And we've seen Devin Carter looks like a 70% free throw shooter if he's going to continue to look. And I don't even know what his actual numbers are. Definitely under 70. I would be surprised if it's like over 50 right now. Because he missed I know he missed 2 yesterday. He missed 4 a couple nights ago as well. Like he has been really bad from the free throw line, but just a really, really gritty player defensively in their face. Doug's talked about, the point of attack defense. He's really long, gets deflections like crazy. We see him playing the passing lanes, really, really good at kind of running into the lane and getting those lane steals. I think he's just a hustler. And, the one thing that I will say makes me confident about his offense is how confident Devin Carter is. That is definitely the biggest thing that has shined from Devin Carter is that dude thinks he's the dude. And I love it.
To answer your question, he is a career 24 of 40. That is 60% at the free throw line.
Better than I thought it was.
The other guy I think of is being
that's not a nothing sample size.
That's not bad.
24 for 40 is crazy.
That is insane.
40. I did not think that he would have had 40 attempts already on the year. The other one who is not great at free throws that I worry about every time he goes to the line now is Jake LaRavia.
I haven't even noticed that. That's interesting.
Not good at free throws.
I only noticed it because for like the first 7, he missed 2 free throws in his first game and then didn't go back to the line. So for like 5 games, he was at 0% at the free throw line.
He was also shooting 69.8% from the free throw line with Memphis coming into the year, or coming into the Kings.
Interesting.
And now he's at 60% with the Kings on 9 of 15. For what it's worth, that number could change a lot with 1 make or 1 miss there. But yeah, interesting. And I think for Devin, like you said, like trying to make him a little bit more of a point guard. Yeah. And since you're like trying to make guys that aren't point guards, does that mean that you just need a point guard?
Probably.
Are we going to have this conversation this offseason,
Yeah. I mean, I think so.
A starting point guard?
That's more of a Malik conversation to me.
Right.
Like that's a whole separate conversation. Like, I in terms of just like the root of the question, can Devin Carter, I think he can play backup point guard because kind of like what Doug said, like he can get you into sets 100%. I think his ball handling's good enough to do that. But I think the problem kind of becomes like, if he's going to be like, he played 30 minutes the other night against Cleveland and he scored 16 points. That was great. And I think he was pretty well. I mean, I guess this is where it's nice to have DeMar and Zach out there. Like he didn't really have to set things up. And, again, traditionally here in Sacramento with De'Aaron Fox, like De'Aaron would bring it down, especially in the clutch. And, a lot of decisions would be made by De'Aaron in those times. I don't think we're going to get to the point where Devin Carter is bringing the ball down the floor with, 3 minutes to go. And he's ultimately deciding how that possession goes. I think, I just overall want to say, like, for how Devin Carter was set up to be in this rookie season, I think he's been great. Like, I think, and maybe that's too big of praise, but I just think if you miss training camp, if you miss the first 3 months of the season and you're already on a team that had expectations and the coach gets fired, the franchise player gets traded, and those are like your first 6 games as a pro, I don't know how you're expected to do anything. And your team is still trying to compete. Like, it's not like he's getting thrown out there and saying, look, Devin, like the world is your oyster. Like, show us that, please make our fans feel good about our season and feel like there's hope for the future. Like Devin Carter's going out there and he needs to like win his minutes to win his team the game in these playoff situations. So I don't know. I think he's done great considering the hand that he's been dealt.
Yeah, definitely a tough situation. And if you remember when he was first becoming healthy and available for the Kings, Frankie and I were just revisiting his game story yesterday from the Detroit game when De'Aaron had the foul, Mike Brown's last game, the 4-point foul. And in Frankie's piece at the bottom, he wrote something along the lines of like, Devin Carter's not far. He's coming back. And so same timing that this is happening is as the Kings are sort of crumbling. And there was a lot of like, can Devin Carter save the Kings? Which, to your point, extremely unfair.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was like an overwhelming storyline, but there was a lot of like, okay, this is the guy coming in. Like something needs to change.
Yeah,
Maybe this can be the change.
This is like a trade. It's like
this is our mid-season edition.
We're not trading him for Cam Johnson.
Exactly, untouchable.
100%.
Let Allen tell it. It'll be like, but he's untouchable though. Which I don't think is the case, by the way, for what it's worth. But yes, a interesting situation there as the Kings try to figure this out. There are certain players that seem like they come into Golden One Center and always ball out, or they just see royal purple on the other side of the court and ball out. I remember Jarris Walker at a shoot-around. Pacers, I think he was a rookie at the time even. And I remember being at Pacers shoot-around. We were waiting for Tyrese. I think this is when he had first come back to Golden One Center, maybe second time, whatever it may have been. I remember hearing Jarris Walker just like warming up on the court and being like, man, I love these rims. Like there's something about the sight lines in here. And he is certainly not the only player that loves playing in Golden One Center and against the Sacramento Kings. We're going to put together a list of certified Kings killers. And yesterday, one of them was definitely in the building. So stay tuned for that here on the other side with Brenden Nunes, Chris Watkins, Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Saturday night, Kings and Bucks. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Meanwhile at Xfinity. Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with two people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary. Not guaranteed.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to your Friday. Staring at clouds and sunshine, and temperatures today will peak in the mid-60s, just shy of what is typically average, as we're usually in the upper 60s. Overnight, look for more cloud cover and temperatures in the 40s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Ready for an early bird special? A new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as $11,789. This is a limited offer and ends April 15th. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doop doop, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the.
Not with FixFinder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Services, their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Fest and State Barbecue Championship is on Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Grape Festival grounds. There will be something for everyone. Craft beers from over 50 breweries, live music, outrageous food, games, plus taste barbecue from world-class barbecue teams. For tickets and more information, go to grapefestival.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend. The Lodi Beer Fest, where great brews meet legendary cues. Saturday, April 26th in Lodi.
Explore unbeatable lease offers at Folsom Buick GMC. Lease the 2024 GMC Hummer EV SUV for just $699 per month. The 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 for only $469 per month. Or the 2024 GMC Sierra Crew Cab Pro for just $219 per month. Plus, enjoy a 20-year, 200,000-mile powertrain warranty with any new vehicle purchase. Check dealer for exclusions and receive a Starbucks gift card when you visit our store. Visit Folsom Buick GMC today. See dealer for complete details.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Brenden Nunes filling in for Allen Stiles here, taking you up to 2 p.m. before Whitey will take over. Got Whitey chilling in the studio here. Might join us for crosstalk in a little while here if he's up for it. But Chris, we've used the term, and the fan base has for a long time, Kings Killers, certified Kings Killers. And I think we saw one in Golden One Center last night. I would definitely say that's fair to say. 35 points for Kobe White on 10 of 18 from the field. Our buddy Matt George was kind of calling it the whole game, saying that he was just waiting for the Kings Killer to show up. Kobe White, who has had multiple of his best games of his career against the Sacramento Kings. And he totally got it rolling in the second half, specifically after a very quiet first half. Actually, a lot of damage done in that fourth quarter. I did not realize that he scored 16 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, also putting it as he's had some of his best games in Golden One Center's putting it lightly. 3 of his 4 highest scoring totals have been not against the Kings.
Oh, in
Golden One.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, I figured it'd be fun.
Love.
The 30-point second half also tied his career high last night.
Why not?
That's nuts. That's yeah. I'd imagine, DeMar seems to have a good relationship with like younger players on teams a lot. And I think
Did you see his comments yesterday?
On what? I maybe didn't.
Oh man, he had some comments on the younger players on the on the Bulls that literally looked like it was a joke, but they were from like the let me see if I can find him. He was like he was talking about Terry Taylor, and he was like Terry Taylor answered my call immediately because he knows to pick up the phone. Quote. This is crazy. This is from Casey Johnson. Shout out Casey Johnson. He's been on Drive Guys multiple times. DeRozan confirmed he called Dalen Terry's FaceTime, said, quote, "My baby boy always answers. He knows to pick up the phone when daddy's calling."
That is correct. On record,
never heard DeMar talk like that.
That's funny.
That is crazy. He says, Casey also tweets out DeMar DeRozan said he jumped on the Bulls group chat last night and told Dalen Terry and Patrick Williams to enjoy their nightmares about getting ready to guard him. So
that
DeMar
is great.
DeMar
I missed
was on
this.
one yesterday.
This has got to be the old group chat, right? They're probably like 3 group chats removed from
for
DeMar's
sure.
group chat.
Dude, honestly, NBA team group chats like could be a whole thing. Can you imagine? Like, even
I just need to know the names of the group.
Exactly. Who's in what groups too? What
there's
side
subgroups for
groups
sure.
that we got
There's
going
side
on?
group chats for sure.
Absolutely.
What do you think there is?
Especially in the middle of this season, there were definitely multiple group chats.
What do you think the Sabonis Valanciunas side group chat is saying at this point?
Yeah,
something I can't.
Something
understand.
in Lithuania.
Yeah.
Exactly. But I figured it'd be fun. I guess if you're a little masochist over here, but fun, I guess we'll call it, to go down the list of Kings killers. Because I feel like there's a couple certified ones. So just who comes to mind? Kobe White, CJ McCollum always
CJ for
has
sure.
definitely holding on to an edge from not being drafted for the Kings. And
he
will
might
let
be
you know about
too good for this category, but he is
That's
a
fair.
killer.
Like a true Kings killer to me is like in the Arco days, like Troy Daniels used to walk in here and like
That's a good
I think he's got a couple 30 pieces against the Kings.
Is TJ McCollum?
Etuan
Wow.
Moore, big
Great
Kings
one.
killer.
Purdue.
Yeah,
Etuan
like
Moore,
those
wow.
those are the kind of guys that like really stick out to me as Kings killers, to where it's like this guy has no business. Like
Right.
this is like his teammates are like
Julian
getting up and
Champagny.
Julian Champagny, perfect
That's a good
example.
one.
I mean, that's in a big
You're
game.
a big
for
TJ McConnell guy.
Unfortunately, Kevon Looney's got to be thrown in there for sure. Like what you
Can
did
I slight tangent for a sec?
as like yeah,
That's Steph. Everybody says the Steph game, right? The 50-point game
Yeah.
in Game 7.
Yeah.
You might have a water bottle out there from Steph Curry.
Uncontrolled.
To me, that is the Kevon Looney game. That man was.
But there was multiple. Like that's the problem with calling. Like that was Steph's game. Kevon
Right.
Looney killed the entire series.
The offensive rebounds were like, that was the most deflated. That's what I'll remember about that game being
about
in the
that
building
game
is
specifically,
that
100%.
when every time, like Steph was not very efficient that game.
No.
It's just that you can't let him get multiple 3-point attempts
That is
in the
factual.
same possession.
Yeah.
And it kept happening. And there was nothing more deflating in the building than when they would get a stop and then not get the board.
Yeah. I mean,
And-
you literally, you felt the air get sucked out of the building. Everyone was like, "Oh, we just aren't going to have a chance." Today.
Right.
Etuan Moore scored 24 points against the Kings.
100%.
That's
100%.
crazy.
100%. Quincy Pondexter probably had a couple as
Okay.
well. Like it's the guys again that have no business doing this. Like CJ is kind of
Right.
what CJ does just in general. It's to another level. Like Kobe, Kobe White, absolutely. That's maybe a different level too. But let's see. I mean, Thomas Bryant's had a couple really big games against the Kings. Dwayne Dedman had a couple big games, which
Really?
kind of led to
Prior
people feeling,
to-
if I
Okay.
remember correctly.
Before or
Atlanta.
after he got released
Yeah.
by the Kings.
Yeah, definitely before.
I mean,
he
not
hasn't
that
done much
yeah.
after.
Zion kills the Kings every time. That's just more so because that's more just matchup.
That's
based,
like,
and
yeah,
again,
we have
that's kind of a
nobody that can
different
defend the
level.
paint, right?
But
Like,
he's just like the Kings have no answer for him.
never
Yeah,
at all.
yeah,
Has there
not
ever
at
been a Kings killer, a certified Kings killer that ended up joining the Kings? Mikey Moore over there from Whitey.
Mikey Moore.
Wow.
That is a great
So
poll.
yeah, I think that's the kind of quality we're talking about. I mean, yeah, I guess Dwayne Dedman, if that's my memory serves me correct.
The one that always
I want to say Aaron Aflalo, maybe.
Okay.
Like he might have had a big game or two, but I mean, the big problem there is the Kings don't really, sign a lot. They don't really have a lot of moves.
Does Ty Lawson count?
I don't really remember any massively big performance for him.
I think he had a
against the
revenge game that was crazy, but I don't really remember that.
Yeah.
The one that sticks with me, I think they had already clinched the playoff spot at this point, but they were during the Beam Team season. Julian Champagny on just a terrible Spurs team had like
Brenden
26 points, but then he came back and had like 30 the next year.
Yeah. He seems to always go
Monster.
crazy. There's a handful of them. Does it mean anything to you that there's random dudes that go off?
I think
To
it's
me,
a little
it's
opportunistic.
kind of an NBA thing.
I think it's a little bit of like guys, especially, I mean, more so in like the Etwan Moore, Troy Daniels days is like, oh, this is an opportunity to where like, my star probably, Draymond famously said like, hey, I'm not trying to, when I'm in Sacramento, like maybe it's not the same effort that I'm giving on a Friday night in the Garden or something like that. I think there's maybe a little bit of, hey, like take a night off, let Troy Daniels, have his night tonight because he's capable of it. So I think there's a little bit of just like opportunistic, things going on, but I also think, especially with Golden One Center, like it might seriously be, we've heard Anthony Edwards talk about it. It might just be, oh man, we're going to Golden One Center. Like I'm looking forward to shooting on those rims because for whatever reason, it's just, it's poetry in there for the other team.
For it's the rims and the fire wings.
The fire wings, man. I don't blame him.
Apparently, Rock in the chat mentions Jose Alvarado.
Oh yeah, he's
a
just
good
a
one.
pest for sure. Yeah,
He's
Nas
in that
Reed.
TJ McConnell category.
He is
for sure.
Nas Reed, Norman Powell, your guy Norman Powell.
Norm.
You would say he
he's
just
like
cooks all
that.
the time.
Yeah, y'all just got to watch Norm.
Just
more
like
often.
that.
Apparently,
Absolutely.
Nick Young scored 43 points at Arco one time.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I can see that.
This is when he was on the
Wizard.
Wizards too.
Yeah, the only NBA champion on Gills Arena over there, as he'll definitely let them know. Chris, upcoming schedule here is the Milwaukee Bucks tomorrow.
Okay.
And then you got the Boston Celtics and Oklahoma City Thunder on back-to-back games.
Sure.
Our buddy Carmichael Dave from the morning show tweeted out those 3 games after yesterday's game. Obviously, the Kings beating the Cavs, losing to the Bulls, joking. Essentially, with the way they're playing, shoot, these might be 3 wins. Obviously joking that they play up to their competition level, which funnily enough had not been the case actually for the Kings for most of this year. They really were getting smacked around by the top teams outside of a couple outliers, right? Cleveland now falls into that, but the Boston game, the Houston game, if you want to throw it into that, the recent Denver game, it ended up being a loss, but that was a close competitive game. How do you feel going into these games? Does that win over Cleveland give you some confidence that they can compete in these games? I like maybe sneak away one of them, or more likely than not, are they kind of getting smacked around here?
I fear that they're going to get smacked around. And to your point, 11-22 this season against teams above 500, 24-12 teams below 500. And yeah, obviously 3 teams playing above 500 right now in Milwaukee,
well above
OKC and in the Celtics. And I think the tough thing is, funny enough, we just mentioned Zion and why he's such a tough problem for the Kings. Like, I don't know if the Kings have any sort of answer for these 3 players that they're about to go against. And that's the thing that scares me the most is, Giannis has always been a problem for the Kings. Like, I guess maybe I tried to say this, it's like maybe like they're more suited with having Jake LaRavia and Keegan and
that's what they
Trey,
did with Jokic.
just in terms of bodies to throw. And like, Valanciunas obviously just a little bit bigger than Sabonis. Like maybe the rim protection is a little bit better against a guy like Giannis, but you still have Dame Lillard over there. Like there's still a lot of problems. And then Celtics, their 2 forwards and just their entire team. That's also a little bit of a revenge game for them as the Kings beat them earlier. They're going to want to show them that was a fluke. And then OKC is just OKC. Like that's just a really tough team. Shea, we'll see if Keon, I think that's probably going to be where they're going to go with guarding Shea. Is it going to be Keegan as well? Like, I just think those are three obviously tough matchups for anybody, but just the star caliber there. I don't know if the Kings are going to be able to match that defensively mainly. It feels like to me, and as it's been the case for a while here, like I just don't trust them to get stops. And if these games are close down the stretch, like I feel like those players are going to be able to get whatever they want.
For sure. I think Keon, for what it's worth, usually does a pretty good job against SGA. I think he's kind of one of the better guys in the league at that. Mike Brown talked a lot about, one of the moments he realized like Keon was a special defender was when he was guarding Shea pretty early into his career. So, we'll see what direction Doug decides to go in with that. But there's part of me that thinks they could steal one of these. Which,
I think
by the way, the fact that I'm saying
one of them for sure.
Yeah, the fact that I'm saying part of me thinks they could maybe win one really says a lot about where we're at with these 3 games, obviously.
Yeah.
And it should be that way. I mean, there's maybe 5 teams in the league that you're not looking at this stretch and being like 0-3, for what it's worth.
I think I might have said this on the round table a couple weeks ago, but it's something I've been thinking about a lot recently, just with sports in general. Like, I just hope they compete. Like, I think that's kind of where I'm at is, and Doug's kind of hinted at it recently with like, hey, I don't care about results. Like I care about, the process and faceless opponent. That's another, Doug bingo thing you can add. He talks about the faceless opponent all the time. Like how much of especially these 3 games is just going to be about you being competitive, like you showing that you can on a nightly basis go out and give a really good punch. And at the end of the day, I honestly feel like that's what matters. Like you can, if you watch a blowout, like even if your team is the one that blows somebody out, you might get bored. And I think, in terms of fans feeling engaged and feeling good about the team, not saying they won't take a blowout, but I think being competitive builds faith and trust in a team more than maybe wins might. And I think, they can lose. It's fine. But as long as they're not getting embarrassed in front of their home crowd, I think we'll feel pretty good. But I think that's also not been a guarantee here recently.
Absolutely. It also could be one of those instances where like Boston has done this a lot this year. One of their big games against Cleveland, I want to say it was, where they ended up losing to the Cavs, kind of like matchup of the year leading up to that point with their ridiculous records, was they were totally blowing them out and then just kind of took their foot off the gas. Similarly to what the Kings kind of did last night.
Yeah.
But like that's maybe the Celtics' main problem this year, which is a good problem to have. Like, hey, we're just whooping teams so much that we just check out a little bit. But this could be an instance where, at least in one of these games, they fall behind early, other team lets their foot off the gas a little, and the Kings fight back. Because I will say the Kings don't just roll over and die.
No,
for the most part. Like they
do
fight.
Since Doug took over, that's been a pretty key trait of them for sure.
Absolutely. One other guy I want to ask you about before we get you out of here and lead into Whitey is real quick, just Trey Lyles. Trey Lyles has been playing a lot recently.
Yeah.
You started the Trey Bay movement a little while ago. What have you thought of how Trey's playing recently?
I thought the Trey Bay movement was dead, to be honest with you. I thought we were going to have to ship it off, and he's been great. He's been really, really good recently, and I think it's kind of a symptom of you hit your shots and it looks great, and when Trey's not hitting his perimeter shot, sometimes it's a little bit tough out there. But he's looked really good just as a backup center. Like he had 8 boards, I think, a couple nights ago, and he's just been, I think, really, really essential for this team. Kind of having a bench presence right now. So I've loved how Trey's playing, but I think with him too, big thing's just been consistency and staying healthy too. Like he's just been injured, it feels like, a lot the past year and a half.
Yeah, definitely going to be leaning on Jonas, on Trey. Devin Carter coming into the rotation a little bit more as they're still dealing with some injuries and coming up on a tough stretch, but appreciate you hopping on for the hour plus here, Chris. On the other side, going to have Whitey join us for Crosstalk as we lead you into the drive, guys. Final segment here is myself, Brenden Nunes, filling in for Allen Stiles here. Happy birthday, Allen, if you're listening in here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
It's March, and you're in luck because at Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, they're slam dunking the competition with unbeatable deals on overhead doors. Hey there, Jason Ross here, and whether you're upgrading your home just like we did or need a reliable, secure garage door, they've got the perfect match for you. And March is the perfect time for a fresh start. Take your home to the next level with high-quality doors that stand strong, look amazing, and are installed by trusted professionals. The winning results we got is more than we could have asked for, and you can do the same. So visit overheaddoorofsacramento.com today and check out their showroom as well. And when you do, mention me, Jason Ross, or Sacktown Sports, and find out about the $150 off a new garage door with the purchase of a garage door opener. Your dream door, just like us, is a click away. You can call them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. And soon, one expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients and federal returns. Participating locations open. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Brenden Nunes filling in for Allen Stiles here. Small Kings.
Small Kings.
Small Kings.
Yeah.
Allen Stiles? Is that a reference there at all? I thought that's where we were going. Didn't mean to take a shot. Didn't mean to take a shot.
We're there now.
Last little segment here. Chris Watkins still closing out with us
here. Little segment.
Yeah.
Poor Allen,
Yeah,
man.
absolutely. And we got Whitey joining us here as well. Whitey, how do you try to make sense of these recent Sacramento Kings games? Obviously, you get a back-to-back where you go in and
and the Cleveland Cavaliers, their 13th loss of the season. Impressive. Everybody's feeling great. No Zach Lavine, no Domantas Sabonis. Zach Lavine comes back. Kevin Huerter also comes back to Golden One Center as a member of Chicago the Bulls. 25 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, a block for Kevin Huerter. Zach Lavine, meanwhile, 8 points on 9 shot attempts. The Kings lose 128-116. How do you try to make sense of this?
Well, I will address that, of course, but before I do, I just want to point out, I think this is bad news for Chris. I heard him say that he's 250-something of the 264.
253.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard, Doge came out and announced that all the people below you are actually dead. Yeah. It's a fraud thing. They don't actually belong on there. So
that's tough news for you.
Those are the only people behind you.
Great.
Yeah, they've actually expired. I don't know if you'd heard that.
Well,
that might mean you're next.
I was gonna say. Yeah, actually, I should really be concerned. I can stay in this room.
We need to know how these people got eliminated.
That's true.
I was thinking about that, obviously, as we all are. I don't know why we're still so surprised. I say I'm including myself. Yeah. This team, they're not a great shooting team, right? They're inconsistent. I think you asked somebody last night about the 3-point numbers.
Yeah, it didn't go very well, but yeah.
Well, it's your fault, but it's a good question. Because what were they? They tore it up in the first quarter. The rest of the game,
they absolutely did. They went 11 of 17 in the first quarter, and then the rest of the game, you are 4 of 22.
Right. And we know they're kind of prone to some of that, right? They're not a great defensive team. Doug Christie and his staff have done a good job kind of papering over some of the weaknesses here and there. And I think Mike Brown did a good job of that sometimes too. But you have a team that doesn't have a ton of size or a little on the older side. They do have talent, but they don't shoot the ball especially well from 3-point range, and they're not a great defensive team. So, of course, they're up and down, right? I mean, it's just they tell us all the time, this is who we are. And we, and I'm including myself, go, what happened? We don't want to believe it.
Right. So part of who they are is like unpredictable, but then so how do you gauge going into these 3 games where obviously you're the underdog in all of these, Milwaukee, Boston, OKC, but like part of who they are, losing after getting a big win is part of who they are sneaking away with one of these?
I guess that's it, right, Chris? You have to look at each game, whatever you are certain is going to happen, you go to the other side of it and you're good.
That's the only thing that this team has ever taught me is that whatever, expect the unexpected, and whatever you think is going to happen, you wouldn't have even imagined what could have actually happened. I mean, I expect them to probably sneak away with one of these wins, but they're just so inconsistent that it also wouldn't surprise me. I mean, we just saw them go on a 4-game losing streak. Like, I don't think it's crazy if they just fall flat completely. And then, they have, they always say the last game of the road trip's always a tough one too, because you're kind of looking ahead and things like that. Like, you play Portland after all this next Thursday. Like, I hope you can at least get that one, but even that one makes me nervous because of the inconsistency.
The thing that gets me, and all coaches say this when we hear it over and over, and we've heard it a lot this year, all year long, this is unacceptable. Well, what are you supposed to do? Okay, I don't accept it. What? Right.
What does that mean? I'm going to return that game. Let's run that one back, actually.
You kind of have to accept it at some point.
Yeah. I mean, I get fan base being frustrated with like hearing the same comments over and over. I think Malik Monk last night said something along the lines of like, we let our foot off the gas. We can't let that happen again. And that gets quote tweeted with other previous Malik quotes that are pretty similar, saying, hey, we're not going to let this happen again. And it does. But from their perspective, like, I guess what else are you really supposed to say in those moments to an extent? Yeah. And it is genuine. They mean it when they say it, I'm sure. It's just going out and executing it that is a whole different story. And obviously, no Domantas Sabonis out there, but Zach Lavine specifically shooting 9 shots in that game. And that was a lot of the topic post-game of, hey, we need to get him more involved. Malik put it on himself. DeMar said, hey, we got to get him more involved. Doug, same thing. Less putting it on Zach, even though he is not blameless in it, but saying, hey, as a team, we need to do better. What do you make of Zach Lavine not even getting that many shots up yesterday?
It was interesting, speaking of Malik, what he said about it last night, if I'm not mistaken. He said something along the lines of, Zach has to get used to taking shots he's not as comfortable taking.
Yeah.
And, he could mean a lot there. But one of the things I thought when I heard that is something that I had a discussion with Henry Turner in here a couple of weeks ago about. Henry had said when they first got Zach Lavine, you go to Zach Lavine, find out what are the 2 or 3 plays you guys are running there that you like the most. What are they? and we'll put him in for you. Now, maybe they've done that, but my point is, if Zach Lavine's not comfortable with certain aspects of the offense, can't we adjust it for him? I'm sure it's not that simple, but that was what I wondered, and sometimes I wonder why they have him on the ball so much when, your boy Steph Curry, and he's coming up double screens and elevator screens and stuff. I mean, he's tough to keep up with.
Yeah. And I mean, I think you looked up Zach's catch and shoot numbers when the Kings got him, and it's like 45, maybe even like 47, 48% on catch and shoots. Like that seems to be the thing, to your point, Whitey, that he seems really comfortable with. But I also thought that comment was weird because my brain being a little funny sometimes, I was like, well, what shots is Zach not comfortable taking? Because in Chicago, my understanding is he was taking every shot under the sun. And so, like, is he not comfortable taking open shot? Like, what is this
it could
shot?
mean a lot of things.
I was just a little bit confused.
Yeah.
Of course, that's being way too bland with it. And of course, like, we know players especially love spots. Like, that's probably more what Malik is talking about, is there's literal locations on the floor that Zach is comfortable taking his shots in. And maybe that's more what it is that he likes it on the right wing and he's getting it on the left wing and just small things like that.
If that's I'm with you. It's like, well,
let's figure it out. That seems like an easy fix, but
yeah.
For him to get 9 shots even still is like, I don't know, like there's just a lack of aggression there that I understand that he's not trying to be too aggressive, but it's kind of like you're Zach Lavine. You're getting, you can't bring it up, but like you're getting paid $43 million a year. Like I need you to take some shots here,
Yeah, and when Malik Monk has the first quarter that he has, Trey Lyles has the second quarter. I get playing second fiddle to those guys a little bit. Let them have their moments essentially, but that second half, like, hey, we need you right now. And I think he could have came alive a little bit more. Whitey, I'm sure you're going to dive into that more on today's show, but what else do you got planned here?
Jerry Reynolds is going to join us today.
Always great.
Jerry Reynolds.
Always great.
And also Imran Pilati from True Sports Cards is going to pop in too. And I know, Kevin Huerter was his guy. He was under contract with Imran when he was here. So I'm sure Imran's very happy about that today.
Did you see that Paul Skeens card sale?
Yeah.
1.1 mil for a Paul Skeens 1 of 1. Buy a house with it. I think they said you could buy in Pittsburgh a 5-bedroom, like some crazy mansion in Pittsburgh for like $900,000.
That's more than Paul Skeens is getting.
Exactly.
That's insane. You can't even buy his own. Oh, I'm sure he could.
Yeah, absolutely good. Well, thank you to everybody for tuning in today. Thank you to Sean Cunningham for joining the show. Sam Amick for coming on this morning. We ran that back a little bit. Chris Watkins joining the show. And Whitey and Draper here will take you the rest of the way, 2 to 6 p.m. So shout out Allen Stiles here on his birthday. Brenden Nunes filling in. Kyle Ledbetter taking care of the work behind
Allen
the
deserved
glass.
a short break.
He did. A quick little short, minuscule break. So getting that. And the Drive guys are going to take you up here until 6 p.m. on Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with